We are live.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Revision to order and acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Lynn Nesbitt, and I'm chairing the panel today. Joining me on the panel via Zoom is Narinderpal Danjal and Cynthia Stevens. Our assessor is Merrick Froelich, and our recording secretary is Belen Rojo. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony, followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We will be hearing items 1 and 3 through 7 on our docket today. Ms. Rojo, please affirm the assessor's and the applicant's testimony.
Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Merrick Froelich.
And you affirm the evidence about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Froelich and Mr. Neufeld. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Froelich and Mr. Neufeld. Today we will start with item number 1 on our agenda, 130 Lowson Crescent. Mr. Froelich, whenever you're ready.
File number 22940, roll numbers 10001405,000. In 2023, the value for the subject property is $9,546,000, and we're asking for this to be confirmed. There are two separate buildings on this property. First building was built in 1999. And then from there was an extension built on that building. And then furthermore, just to the very rear end of the property, there was a second building that was added on, and you'll see that in the pictures going forward. The effective years from these properties are 1999 to 2020, and the wall height is between 21 feet and 28 feet. The land for this property is 188,775. And the total leasable area for this property is 56,545. A lot of times agents make issues with regards to the land to building ratio. This is just underneath the 4:1 standard that we use as a guideline, but subsequently they've added on 14,000 square feet. So that wasn't a consideration when they actually added on to this property. Property owners have been compliant with regards to completing the income and expense mailer. There was a sale for this property for $4.5 million in 2017. Just some overall information with regards to the date that the sale an open market transaction. It was. There was an appraisal report done at the time. We do not have access to it. And there are some details. And then also on page 716, from the get-go, when this property was purchased, they were talking about doing an expansion for this property. Property was financed for $3,500,000 at the time. And there was another $1 million for consideration. We have two subject properties, two leases on the bottom of page 3 for Fort Garry Breweries. Leases that started on April 1st, 2020 were for $11 a square foot. The other leases on this property are gross, which is why they're not included in the area. Referencing page 5 first, here's an overall breakdown of the square foot of the incomes to work up for our property here, showing the different PIDs where we have locations of the 56,545 and showing how the rents average between 926 to 1184. We come up with a total GPI of 645,506. Using 3.5% vacancy, expenses at 3% and shortfall 385, we come up with a net operating income of 596,607. We use an overall cap rate of 6.25, which is reflective of the good location of the subject property and the newness of the building, which is how we came up with the market value of $9,546,000. On page 4, we'll find some comparable leases that are similar to the subject property. They're all in the southwest quadrant. They're not located in other parts of the city of Winnipeg, but they are in the southwest. And here's the examples of the rents that we have. The sizes are from 3,300 to 17,189, which are all similar to the range of the subject property. And the wall heights range from 12 to 25. The subject property wall height is from 21 to 28. So, and these are the rents that are showing here. So our rental range is from $844 to $1,350 with various tenants that are located here. On page 7 is our cap rate history for the cap rate analysis that we've done. What we have here is we consider this to be industrial A property, and the range that we have is from 5.55% to 7.45%. Collier says that industrial A property should have a cap rate between 6% and 6.75 in their analysis. CB Richard Ellis has between 5.75 and 6.5, and Cushman Wakefield has between 6 and 6.5%. So based on what we have done and the analysis of other industry leaders, our 6.25% cap rate seems very fair. On page 9, I'm just showing you an overview of where the subject property is. It's just south of the IKEA on Keniston. It's on 130 Lawson, which is the address, that's the side street, but there's great curb appeal that you can see the property on Keniston, and the picture on the bottom of page 9 shows that. On page 10 shows the pictures. On the bottom of page 10 shows the breakdown of where the buildings are. So it says 130, that was the original building that was built in 1999. And then subsequently, where the new white roof is, that was the addition that occurred a couple years ago. And on where 120 is, that's the addition that took place in 2020. I've had the opportunity to inspect this property in the original building, but I have not been to the new ones. On page 11, you'll see the front foyer of the building and a view from the second floor. And across, and if you're looking on the bottom of the page 11, you could see across the way, there's a car wash, which is part of the Terracon complex. Page 12 shows the quality of the finish of the office areas, and page 13. So you can see the office finish is quite nice for this portion of the building, and is very supported by the rents that we're using. And then page 14 shows some of the manufacturing space. that takes place. On the bottom of page 14 shows where the tanks are for the brewery process. And 15 shows some pictures of the loading area for the subject property. Page 16 shows the exterior pictures of the building addition that had taken place. And on the bottom of page 17, that's the new building that was built in 2020. Property owner has been compliant in filling out their income expense mailers, as you could see on page 8, 19, 21, and 22 shows a breakdown of the income expense mailers that they've provided us with regards to the areas that they have here. And on the bottom of page 24 shows the actual breakdown of some of the commercial tenants that are located here. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions of Mr. Froelich's presentation?
Yes, I do. Starting with, I'll try to maybe stay in order to make it easier to follow. You noted on page 2 that the sale price was 4.5 million. Is that correct?
That was provided to us by the property owner.
Okay, at the bottom of page 2, you intend to make major repairs or improvements. And it says 2020, $2 million. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So would you take this to believe that they have invested 6.5 million in total in this property?
Well, what I'm getting is the major improvements consists of the building addition. That's what brought it to 35,000 square feet.
Okay, but do you know the answer to the question or not? It's your evidence.
To me, a major improvement would consist of the building addition. So based on the permits that were taken out, the square footage went from 23,000 to approximately 35,000 square feet for this property. So that seems reasonable.
Okay, but they did provide you an indication that they had intent to make improvements to this tune of $2 million, correct?
And the $2 million was for the building addition.
Where does it say that?
Well, I have the permits.
No. Where does it say it in your evidence that that's what it was?
Well, I am providing verbal evidence.
Okay.
And I have a permit. Let me finish. I have a permit taken out on August 21st, 2020 for $2.6 million for a building addition for the property. There was also a permit taken out on September 26th of 2019 for a building addition of $1,750,000. So when the mailer states $2 million and I cross-reference that with the permits taken out, I could confidently say, and there was a supplemental assessment on the new area that had taken place. So I could confidently say that this $2 million was for a building addition.
And I'm doing the math here. 1.7 plus 2.6 plus 4.5 equals 8.8, and it's assessed at 9.5, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And upon seeing all this information, did you verify it with anybody?
Well, we've had communications when we've done this, and one of my colleagues from the assessment department did complete an inspection with you a couple years ago.
Right, but it's signed on page 27 by Marcus Matejchuk. It's got his phone number there and his email. So was there any communication to verify the numbers that were presented?
Based on the past,
Let's I think this is a yes or no. Did you do any verification?
I didn't need to.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. Now, I'm going along here. Bottom of page 3, subject property leases. Did you have a chance to read those leases?
I didn't have access to those leases.
Okay, so you have no idea if if the leases were a cost recovery or they were done on a market basis?
Well, we base our information on leases based on the information provided us from the income and expense mailers.
Okay, and you didn't ask, did the income and expense mailer ask that question? Was this a payback of a built to suit? Does it say?
Well, there was nothing extraordinary in terms of information provided to us on the mailer that I could see here from the property owner.
Okay, but the question was, does the mailer say anything about built to suit recoveries? As a question.
Well, with regards to built to suit, based on the pictures that I've seen here, I don't believe there's anything extraordinary with regards to this building. The original building, yes, which is based on the brewery, but the two building additions do not have anything extraordinary that I am aware of.
I am asking solely about the expansion for Fort Erie Brewing. Do you know whether or not the expansion was a recovery of construction costs rather than a market lease?
Well, we value this property on the income approach to value. We do a market-based analysis on this, and I have no information that states that, and you have not provided any of that information in your brief. I think I've answered this question a couple times.
Well, not really. I'm very specific with this question. And
I've told you my answer.
Okay, that's fine. If I weren't looking at the lease, I wouldn't be going after this. So you don't know the answer to that question.
And we don't have access to the lease.
Okay, but it is $11, and that's approximately what you put on the space on page, or what the model is put on the space on page 5. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The other tenants in this building, do you know when their occupancies began? And you said something about not having that information. Is that
so on the mailer, commercial pools, what we have here, and I would have to double check the previous mailer, but on the commercial pools, the new lease was signed on March 1st, 2020, and Cuesta was signed in July of 2020.
Okay. And
which can be seen on page 24 of my brief.
Right, and so then when you follow that through to page 22, the date on this is then January 31st. I'm just wondering if you looked at and took any of this into account. Now they say the same thing you just did. March and July starts. So is it fair to say that perhaps the income on this may not have reflected the stabilized income?
We're just basing it on the information that they provide us and on comparable rents in the area. So
I know, but you provided this information. So, I'm just wondering how much weight you're putting on this and whether you've considered reviewing it.
Well, the weight that we've placed on it is within the realm of other of the properties that we have here. So if we're
okay, well, it was a simple question there. Did you
well,
look at it?
what I've said is we've done the income approach to valuation. I've provided comparable income rents of similar properties in the neighborhood that show that our model generated rent is very fair and reasonable.
Okay, any weight on the actual income?
Any weight on the income? Well, there's some weight, but we look at the variety of factors when it comes to the income approach to value. It's just like if there was a sale for this property, which there was at the time, the value that you had presented in the past has been significantly lower than the actual sales. So it's just, we look at a variety of factors that to come up with our overall market value for the subject property.
The vacancy applied at 3.5%. What is the source of this?
That's based on all the income and expense mailers that we've received from in our data collection process, and that's been supported by market data.
Okay, and what's the income and expense mailers and market data? And when you refer to market data, what are you saying?
Well, we use information from, for example, we use information provided of us from Avis and Young, from CB Richard Ellis, from Capital Group. We look at all that information provided by outside sources, and we look at our information to see if we're being reasonable with our vacancy rate.
And how about the Johnson report? Do you look at the Johnson report?
Yeah, and that will be presented later on in my rebuttal information, so we can discuss that later. Or
fast if you looked at it.
Well, I have looked at it,
okay,
and I've noticed that your analysis is very subjective with regards to the information that you've provided, because you've only
okay, we're not, excuse me, we're not talking about Mr. Neufeld's analysis right now. He asked a question about the Johnson report.
Okay, no problem, Linda. So to answer the question, in my analysis of the Johnson report, Mr. Neufeld focused on only one aspect of the report.
Okay, but we're not talking about Mr. Neufeld's analysis.
In my analysis, I've looked at other aspects of the Johnson report that show that our vacancy rate is fair.
On page 22, what does the owner say his vacancy rate was?
On page 22, I think he said 10%. Let me double check. 10.9%.
10.9, and that would be the northern unit being vacant, correct?
I think it's more east than north.
Well, there are how many units on the east building?
Well, you know what? I haven't inspected it, so I don't know which aspect of the building's north. So the furthest, I don't know which aspect of the property is vacated.
How many CRUs do you have in the east building?
Well, we have 6 different PIDs for this building, right? And so, and there's listed here on the mailer, they have listed 3 tenants plus 1 being vacated, but with one of the CRUs is the second floor space.
Okay. All right, fine. I'll leave that for my evidence. You talked about curb appeal and talking about Keniston. Is there access from Keniston?
No, there's not. There's access from Lawson from the backside,
okay,
which is common for Keniston Boulevard, a major thoroughfare.
Is there a service road?
Pardon me?
Is there a service road?
There's a service road behind.
Well, that's a street, Lawson. I mean, is there an access road, a service road for people to come off Keniston and go to this place directly?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
That'd be a traffic hazard.
You're allocate, well, you know that for a fact, or are you qualified to comment on why there's no access?
Well, common sense would dictate if automobiles are traveling at 80 kilometers an hour, and if you had a cutout point for every building on Keniston Highway, that would be a safety concern.
Right, but if you had a retail site down on Pembina Highway, you've got a curb cut every 100 feet, don't you?
But the nature of Keniston is different than the nature of Pembina Highway. So it's an apples to oranges conversation.
Only between you and I. On page 5, I take it that this was all done by the model?
That's correct.
And the expense, non-recoverable expense allocation is 3%. Is that a standard? Or
that's the standard that we've used for the 2023 assessment.
And on page 22, would you agree with me that their non-recoverables of, it looks like about $100,000 is significantly higher than 3%?
What section of page 23 are you referencing? Oh,
You gotta do some
the
math.
vacancy?
You gotta do some math.
Well, with regards to the vacancy that's taking place here right now, because this is a relatively new building here, and unfortunately, due to time constraints, I actually did not include, well, see, I'm sort of torn here because in the past, we've included Collier's advertisements for the subject property, but we have been instructed not to include that. So I have not included that in my brief. And so with regard to that, based on my last research on this from a couple of years ago, I don't know how actively they're advertising this property at this time.
Okay, so but the question was, a reading of page 22 shows me that there's $100,000 non-recoverables. That is different than the $18,000 that your model has allocated, correct?
Yeah, but this is a new building that's just been recently added on to the roll, a new section to the roll. So there is a time lag with regards to when this property will be fully occupied.
Are you not aware that the leases in the East building are semi-gross?
I am aware because that's why we didn't include that in our subject property analysis.
Now I was going to finish, but you're opening the door here too much for me. You just said that you were instructed not to use Collier's information. Why do you then on page 7 have excerpts from a capitalization rate table?
Well,
and you also
this is there's a difference between a number being placed on here and a full advertisement package with regards to market evidence. So having a line with regards to that is completely different than what an advertisement or pictures that's provided on the Collier's website.
Okay, and that is your opinion?
That is my opinion, yes.
Okay. Did at any time you make an attempt to verify the sources you spoke of on page 7?
Well, there's enough on page 7. There's enough market data which will be provided later on in the presentation that supports our 6.25% cap rate.
Wasn't the question. Did you make an attempt to verify any of that information?
That's what our modeling department does when they do their analysis to create the model.
Did they do any verification of the Collier's, CBRE, and Cushman and Wakefield data?
We do a lot of research with regard to that. I'm not entirely aware if they've contacted anyone.
So if I told you that Colliers has never received a contact from the city on verification, would you have any reason to disagree?
Based on your instructions, we were told with regards to any issues with regards to Colliers that you're the contact person for that.
So I can say I've never talked to you about it.
Well,
so do you agree with that it wasn't verified then?
I will agree that we've been instructed with regards to the communication with you.
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
Sorry, I was muted there. I'm just trying to, you're referenced two different constructions. So, and you're referencing an addition. So I'm just trying to clarify exactly what happened here. So there was a building originally on the property, and then another building was constructed. Is that what occurred?
Two separate. Okay, so if we reference on my brief on page 10 of my brief.
Yep.
Okay, the original building construction in 1999 is where the 130 is. listed there.
Yeah,
There
the one that has Fort Garry Brewing on the front is the original structure.
is the original structure, correct?
Okay, thank you. Okay.
And then subsequently, where the white roof is, that was the building addition that had taken place. And that building addition had taken place in 2019. Right? And then in 2020,
Okay.
that's when
Okay,
120 was
now
built.
I understand. Okay, thank you. I just was trying to get the chronological order and so that the addition was done first and then the separate building was done second.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Donjal, do you have any questions?
One question, just to clarify that there was a permit taken out, two of them. One was for 2 million and the other one was for 1.5 million.
Yeah, so the permits that we have on file here is for the second building addition that started in August 21st of 2020 was for $2.6 million.
Okay,
And then in 2019, there is a building addition of $1.75 million.
so 5 million. And you have those on file, so obviously.
Yeah, this is on file. I didn't include it in the briefs.
All right, those are the only two questions that I had.
Okay, Mr. Froelich, you indicated that you have inspected the original building, correct?
That's correct.
And what about the addition on the original building?
One of my colleagues has been to the building addition that was started in 2019 with regards to the pools.
Yeah.
That's directly connected to Fort Garry Brewery. And because of COVID, and I don't, I would have to double check, but I don't think no one from our department has gone to the new building at 120 Lawson.
Okay. Okay. And again, with respect to your cap rate,
Yep.
You've said that the cap rate is a reflection of all I&E properties?
No, no. We only do cap rates on sales that take place that are in the neighborhood, right? And then we verify that information that takes place with regards to market evidence by the industry leaders.
Okay, so can I just clarify, is
Yep.
your cap rate based on industrial sales or all sales?
The cap rates that we have for the industrial section is based on industrial properties.
Okay, so we don't have office buildings and
No,
things like
definitely
that
not.
in there. Okay, and you did indicate that you felt it was consistent with the other industry leaders here. And I'm just looking, you're higher than the lowest point of Colliers, you're lower than the lowest point of CBRE, and you're the same as Cushman Wakefield. So you're comfortable with that?
Very much so.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said this, you felt this was industrial A, correct?
Yes, I did.
So I was looking at the wrong row. So in that case, Cushman Wakefield, the low end is 6, and you've put 6.25.
That's correct.
So what would constitute what would it take to have the lowest of the cap rates in the city?
Well, usually smaller size properties usually have lower cap rates. And so what we end up looking at is, because it's all about, I always bring stuff back to the residential property. There's more people who could afford a $300,000 home than $1 million home. So when size is larger, that will affect the cap rate. And most of our lower cap rates are on smaller properties.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. Neufeld, when you're present, you can proceed with your presentation.
Sorry, I just had a redirect here, and it's on the new information provided verbally, so hope you'll be patient with me. Mr. Myrick, when you talked about these permit values, did you take into account any work that was required to either repair existing structures or to marry up the new section with the old section, like, wouldn't those costs be higher? And I am looking at the permits online as I asked the question.
Well,
Did you take any of that into account?
it's as a general guideline, and as you've clearly stated here, Mr. Neufeld, the total value of the sale and the permits is within the range of the total value of the subject property. So
No. The question was, when you take out a permit for an addition, doesn't it cost more than taking out a permit for new construction because you have to join the building?
that could be the case sometimes. Sometimes there are beneficial factors that end up taking place with regards to a building addition. So,
and you don't know in those permits if some of the value was to repair existing structure, do you?
I do not know that, no. But
Thank you.
in fairness, to finish the question, when a permit's taken out and looking at the value of the permit, when it says construction building addition, that's a pretty strong indication that the majority of the permit value is the majority of the
reading something that says repair, removal of non-functioning RTU, repair, emergency fire alarm. And those are in the permits. Do you disagree with that?
Well, whenever there's going to be a building addition, you need to expand the services that end up existing to cover the entire area. So when the property went from 23,000 square feet to north of 35,000 square feet, there would have had to have been improvements made to the original building and to the new building.
Okay, sorry, those are my questions.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the panel members, because this was sort of a new line of thinking here. Does anybody have any follow-up questions? Ms. Stevens?
I do not. Thank you. No.
Okay. Mr. Donjon?
No, I don't. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Neufeld, with your presentation, please.
Thank you, and I'm sorry this is taking so long. The site was originally Fort Garry Brewing's only site, and I think most parties felt that it had a little bit of land at the back that could potentially be developed, but there is no access from Kenaston, and that's always been the problem. Kenaston has two buildings on it that have access on the east side, and they're all older buildings. And when the city redesignated it, they forbid, and Lawson was built, they forbid future access. And that was probably a big issue with the slowness to bring any more land to market, because you may have had visibility, but you don't have approach. So it limits this is an area, as we all know, is transitioning from M3 to M2 or C3, C4, because of IKEA and all the other shopping centers around it. When this all happened, it was, I can't remember the exact date, I think it was 2003, 2004, the city actually made application to downzone all the M3 to M2 to allow the shopping. And that's when this all changed. The downside with that is on this particular block, you've got a recycler, you've got hazardous material storage, and you have waste oil storage. All those are M3 uses. And so it's a bit of a flux there as to what will be permitted. But essentially, there are some zoning concerns as to what can go in. So the building, as you're looking on my page 1, which is the same picture the assessor has, shows that the Fort Garry building is where the red dot is. And then Fort Garry required an expansion, and they renewed the lease on the basis of a cost recovery. When halfway through the process, Fort Garry determined that they didn't need all the space. So there was a unit in that building that was then leased to the pool people. After that, which was in the plans, the rear building was done. And the design there was to have a rear semi-trailer access, front car access. And there are 3 CRUs in there. Or commercial rental units, I'm sorry. and that work was all done and completed about 2 years ago, and all the units have been leased except one, and to my knowledge, it is still vacant. Now, with the units on the east and the new one added, the owners chose to go with a semi-gross lease, and I worked for them, and I advised them, no, don't do that, but they were insistent on it. So taxes are included in the leases. The tenants are separately metered, but the landlord controls the taxes. So as a result, today's discussion is actually important to value, because if the assessment goes up, the value goes down, because the math is simple. A semi-gross building, the taxes then go to non-recoverables, it earns less income, and the value decreases. So it is I forgot the right word for it. It's a circular argument. Now, when we looked at this building, I've been in this several times. The absorption has not been completed. Now, the new sites are probably going to generate $12 a foot net rent after taxes, give or take. But that could be $11. It could be $13, depending on the tax load. But that's the approximate. So when we looked at what the assessor had for a workup, we knew that was pretty much where it was going to end up. The Fort Garry site generates 11 on paper, but that was a cost recovery. However, when I was reviewing the theory on this, I think that on the initial earnings side of it, it would be a fair number to use the cost recovery. In 5 years from now, you would not. You would have to revert to market. So that was just a bit of theory. So having said all that, we ended up using the same numbers that the assessor had, and we did have the statement showing that the earnings were indeed only 330,000, I believe. That the assessor has presented that on his page 22, $355,000. Now that should potentially rise because of the two tenants who only had partial years, but as it remains, though, there is still the one vacancy. Now, that's why we've applied a rate of 12.5%. And what we were looking at was actually three things. On page 19, we have an excerpt from the Johnson report. And now, we always get in this crazy debate about is it post-reference or not. Well, 2021 is not post-reference in the Johnson report. But that is a fact. Regardless, we have two sets of numbers here in Fort Garry. In 2020, 18.9. In 2021, 17.0. The overall vacancies, 8.8 and 6.2. And the key here is that this is the investment industrial rate. We don't really care what the rest of the vacancy rates are in industrial, because those are owner preferences, and they often don't even get reported. If an owner occupied building, he's got 30,000 feet, he's not using 10,000 of it, he doesn't report it's vacant because it's still his. So we only use the investment because that's the market that's tracked in order to do the income approach. When we look at those numbers, we get a number. The average is about 12.5, and the owner has declared 10.9. So the numbers above, at or above 11% for vacancy. So we put it at 12.5. Arguably, it could be 11%, and I would concede that point. But there's no prospects on the market. As far as the other expenses go, 2% for structural reserve, which is the normal, and then non-recoverables we have at 5%, and that is justified by our report on page 47 and 48. The subject, of course, being a semi-gross building, will have a higher non-recoverable rate, as you can see from this particular statement that it's about 25%, but that's a semi-gross issue. pages 47 and 48 do not contain semi-gross buildings. These are net lease buildings, and this is the non-recoverables that they experience. It goes up, it goes down. Obviously, during vacant periods or fill up, it'll be higher, and during stable full occupancy, it'll be lower. The key is that this rate is in place to deal with the hills and the valleys of property ownership and to account for stabilization. The average of these is 13.3, but the mean is 8.8. So we're using 5% and then 2% for structural, which is structural is issues like roof replacement that 20-year lifespan. It's accounted for in everybody's books as to putting this as an expense, and everyone will consider it when they put their building up for sale. Building operations are not free. The clear issue with the assessment department has forgotten is that you've got to follow the money, not some sort of hypothesis. The shortfall is our calculation of the actual, and with that, we had to look at the taxes and try to stabilize them as to what they were. The issue with this is that industrial taxes, most buildings are about under $2 a foot. This one is $4 a foot. Now, that's because it's not a pure industrial building. There are some users that are different. The brewery makes beer, but it also has a fair amount of office space, and they're looking at like all the other breweries in town to have a sampling place. One of the tenants in the back is a shoe distributor, and they're a mix of different styles of use as well. But that the tax rate, which we would hope would come down, would then indicate a lower shortfall. So there goes another one of our circular arguments. But we're trying to stabilize as best possible. Capitalization rate is actually in this building probably a fair bit simpler to look at. On page 2, we start with the base rate of 6, and the number comes from Collier's report, which is on page 35. So the Collier's, first we have to look at what it is and the definitions, and our definitions are listed on page 39 on industrial. We would put this as a class B, and I'll show you later with the pictures why it's a class B and get into that. So going back to page 38, as a class B, of course, we show no difference between A and B. And I think the reasoning is fairly simple in that class A can get a higher rent and sells for more, but class B, lower rent, sell for less. When you do the math on calculating a cap rate, they come out the same. The rent has taken care of the rating system. So now 6% represents the best product in the market, not the average. It is not a one size fits all. And 6.75 represents the ones that fall within our rating system. And incidentally, this one would fall within our rating system. Yesterday, there was an appeal of all sorts of rundown old places downtown. We don't count those, and neither does CBRE, neither does Cushman. We don't look at them. They don't apply, only the good stuff. And that's what this is. The other point is page 33, which is a blow up of what's in the cap rate report, is the cap rate must reflect financing, pure and simple. It is a test. Do you make enough money to pay your mortgage? And if it doesn't, then it doesn't fit. So this is what, especially in an era when there's a real scarcity of investment sales, that this is a reminder that we go back to the basics of what a cap rate. Now, I had asked the assessor questions about verification. Page 33 is a blow up for verification. The user is required to conduct their own due diligence and verification. So if you want to use this report, do your own due diligence, but this was not done. there's a lot of issues, and the one, and you've all heard this, page 32. Collier's cap rates include closing costs, which is the land transfer tax and commissions generally. So if our lowest rate is 6.6%, the actual rate when translated to the language of appraisal and assessment is about 6.2%. That is the actual lowest rate for the best products. And what we do is we start with, because we do the cap rate study, this is on page 2 is the chart where we rate it, and we figure out where you belong. Now, I keep saying this, I don't mind if people disagree with what we've done here, but you are being given some transparency as to how the rating system is supposed to work. It's not the assessor's view of, I was joking to one of your members off site of that but by the way, wasn't a privileged discussion or anything, but that the assessment department perhaps wants people to have faith, and faith is believing in something that you can't see. We're the Board of Revision, the citizens, we don't have to have faith. You have to show us your model. 25 years, I have never seen the model. This is our model. Disagree, and we invite people to disagree, make your adjustments. This is how it happens. Now, the changes we made are the third line closing costs. We know what they are. So that's works out a 3-point difference, works out 0.2% percentage points. Location, I mentioned earlier that the zoning overlay now is going to be extremely restricted to M3. Believe it or not, people will pay more for M3 land than they will for M2 because there's a scarcity of land to do noxious things, but job creating things. And that's an impact in this area. There could be a potential upside if you could sell your land for retail, but of course you need access for that, and it does not have it. There will be expropriation along Kenniston. It's a question of when, not if, and the concept is widening to 3 lanes from Portage to Bishop Brandon, I believe. Now there is room to expropriate in front of Fort Garry. There's the ditch. We don't know what that will bring though, and it's always just an uncertainty. The access, which I brought up, not being off Kenniston, configuration. Well, we've listed a reason saying multiple buildings, but it's also the fact that there's a brewery there, and you'll see the pictures, and that speaks to quality as well. And those are our concerns on that. Well, we have it at 7.25. What was not done here, which I'm taking a bit of it, we should have labeled this differently, is we should have taken some of these condition and configuration issues and put them into tenant strength, because the tenants are, every single one of them are local. There are no AAA national tenants with good covenants. Everyone is local, and they're not good covenants. So going to page 5, this is the vacant space in the building, and this is the unit on the north side of the east building. And you can see that when they build them, they don't even put in a slab because the services get to be put in and then the slab gets poured. But this is what the building is. This isn't a nice building. This is a working building. And on bottom of page 6 is one of the tenants. I asked permission to take a picture of his mess, and it was okay. This is the shoe distributor. So this is their warehouse. You can see Birkenstock box. And that's obviously answers the question about quality. Bottom of page 7 is one of the built out areas in the east building, as is page 8. So for every bit of warehouse, there is some built up area. It's basic. You can see steel doors, vinyl flooring, T-bar roof, drywall. Pretty basic stuff. Page 9 is, I'm just trying to remember who this unit is. I don't remember. Oh yeah, this is the deck in the pool guy's place. So he built, you can see it's a plywood deck. He built to give himself some additional storage space. The bottom of page 9 is I was up there and taking pictures of the pool supply place, and these are chemicals, pool chemicals, which is something we must bear in mind. Page 10 is the more of the pool chemicals in his storage place. Page 11 is this is Fort Garry space, their office area. And page 12, Fort Garry's office at the top, and the tanks below, and 13 tanks and brewing stuff. 14 is the bottling line and canning line. 15, the top is the top of the tank, and I was just trying to capture a picture of the roof with the insulation bats and how it was made. 15 is a loading site. Now 16 is a good representation of another problem, and a mirror is caustic with the material that's used. And so in the loading area, this is the unloading area. You can see that the floor is deteriorated dramatically, and this is the older section. And outside pictures on page 17. And incidentally, I did take all these myself, but this is why this is a B building. It has some rough usage, and it's an A building would generally be like a flex warehouse where it's office and clean stock, as we would say, not dirty stock. That is, I had one thing I just wanted to double check here. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Froelich, do you have any questions? Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Froelich.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you. That's all right.
Mr. Neufeld, is there any reason why you didn't reference any of your industrial rents on page 3?
Yes, I believe I mentioned it, is that we went through it and we looked at the building site and the market, and in this particular instance, we felt that that this area was capable of generating rents at the average that the assessor had put on it.
But you couldn't find any rents in the southwest quadrant?
Well, no, that's not the point. I have lots of rents, but there was nothing that gave me like, we're going to these hearings because we'd like to focus on stuff that matters. I don't focus on stuff that doesn't matter. We were close. It's not a point of debate. The issues were vacancy, non-recoverables, and cap rate.
In your vacancy analysis, was there any other information on the Johnson report?
There's a great deal of information. The summary page has it all, but the rest of the chapter shows the actual individual vacancies in the area and the city.
Okay. So can you explain to me why didn't you do a 5-year average of the vacancy rate in the Fort Garry area in your analysis?
Well, 5 years seems to be an arbitrary number. What we always do is look at long-range trends that associate with lease renewal periods, and it could be 5 to 10 years. So you can see it goes up, it goes down. Each one of these years can be explained by an issue. The 0 years were the years of retail moving into Fort Garry and snapping up everything that was remotely possible to convert to an office or retail. And by 2019, that what had happened was that Centerport finally opened, and it caused a mass migration of the older industrial users, the real industrial users, to, if they were road transport related, to go to Centerport. And so this appears, in my opinion, to be a long range issue where the vacancies on true industrial will continue to rise in Fort Garry, or until there's a transformation, such as the former sugar beet lands, which are now called the refinery district.
Well,
So that's what we're going to see.
Why are you talking about retail when we're dealing with industrial vacancy rates here for the property here? Because we're only focusing on industrial. We're not focusing on retail here.
Well, we are focusing on industrial, but as I said, we have Fort Garry, which was a neighborhood of change, gentrification, and we're seeing a movement to retail, which caused the zeros, and we're seeing a little bit of movement to multifamily in former industrial land areas, and the impact is seen on the lessening of industrial. And the other thing that's happening is that McDonald is offering people much better terms. Like the real problem in the city of Winnipeg is that you said, I'd like to build myself a new warehouse in Fort Garry and I've got some land. Maybe 3 years later, you'll break ground. Go to McDonald and they say, I'd like to start a new warehouse. And they'll say, well, council meets on Tuesday. You know, and that's the difference in this world. Winnipeg is just too slow to meet the speed of business. So Winnipeg Industrial is losing its position to the capital region municipalities. And that's a very, very reflective of what we're seeing across, notice that Inkster, Murray Park, they're all hit by the same issue.
Is the subject property a single tenant or a multi-tenanted building?
Multi.
Okay, so why would you only include in your vacancy analysis only single tenant information?
Well, that's a good question. I guess we should have looked at both.
So you had mentioned it vaguely. So how come your cap rate is so much different than the industry average on page 38 that Colin uses?
No, I'm sorry. I disagree with your premise. I said one size does not fit all. You don't phone up someone and say, give me today's cap rate. Every building has its own rate. It's an individual expectation of future income anticipation. And every building has to be looked at it that way. So good ones, bad ones, there's a range.
Did you do a cap rate study on the sale of the property in that had taken place before?
Yeah, actually I had, that's going back to the portfolio sale I did.
Okay. Oh, the slate one?
Well, it was, a mix of slate and other issues. Yes.
Okay. So give me some examples then, because to me, in my eyes, based on area and location, this would be a industrial A class property. So in your analysis, do you have industrial C class property? Because you're significantly higher than at your 7.25 than what the industry average is as a general sort of guideline.
And again, your premise is incorrect. There's no such thing as an industry average. What these people quote in their sales brochures, which you're quoting, Colliers, CBRE, Cushman, we're quoting the best rates. Those are sales brochures. They say, come and list with me. Look at what the caps could be. And then the true test is when it gets sold. There's no guarantee you're going to get those rates. Those are potential rates, asking cap rates, we'll call them.
Okay.
So that's the mistake when people use that chart.
Okay. I'll disagree with this. This is the last question.
Well, so, you can't disagree with it because you don't know how
you disagree with my comment, so I can disagree with yours.
You weren't involved in the creation of this. I was.
My last question is you had stated that access is an issue with regards to getting to the subject property on Kenniston. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, the access issue is a couple of things. First of all, if you looked at conversion to retail, the concept of impulse decisions, you lose the impulse user, which means that retail has a lower interest in it. The industrial user then has to get in a semi-trailer. Now, the semi-trailer access comes from Kenaston to Rothwell Road. And Rothwell Road is 2 lanes. And I have several clients in the area, and I live near the area, and it's really difficult to watch the semi-trailers that maneuver in and out. So then they come down Rothwell, and they have to go down Lowson, and then they go onto the site. So it is poor access for semi-trailers, and that's why I mentioned the migration to Canada Way. It's designed with really good semi-trailer access. You need a 125-foot turning circle to accommodate a semi-trailer.
But why would there be so much demand for properties in there? Because if there's a component of retail that takes place, there's like 4 significant car dealerships that have been built on Kenaston, and they all have to access the property the same way that they have to access the subject property. Well,
the car dealership is an interesting phenomenon because it's not impulse buying, for one, which is why in the retail world it works. And it's not an industrial usage. And the cars are small. They don't have to turn corners, so it's not an industrial thing. So there are 3 dealers now on that side, and there's 2 on the other side. But the other factor involved there is every one of them was forced to move by the manufacturer.
Okay, but Mr.
Manufacturer knows
access for the trucks is such an issue. Why did the subject property expand their building areas? Why did they add additional 20,000 square feet?
Because they had the land and they took a shot at it, and it's still vacant. So are you saying they knew what they were doing? I don't believe so. If they did, it would be full. It's not full.
No other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld, are you bringing rebuttal evidence for us to look at today?
Oh, excuse me, Madam Chair. I had a question.
Oh, of course. I forgot about the
sorry,
question.
no, that's okay. That's okay.
I completely zoned out there. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Neufeld, on your brief at the beginning, you've listed the 2020 assessment for the property. Did that include the new building?
Yes, that's what I believe. I there's like 3 assessments from 2020. I think that's the I'd have to double check it. I'm looking at somebody who knows the direct answer, but he's not under oath. I believe that one was full, and oh, just take me 20 seconds just to find that stuff. Wilson.
Yeah, that was the last supplemental appeal of 7,859,000.
Right.
Okay.
The original value was 8,564,000, and now with all 3 buildings on it, it's 7,859,000.
Right, and that's correct, and it is under appeal at the municipal board.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Donjal, do you have any questions?
Not at this point, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now, because I jumped the gun, Mr. Neufeld, do you have rebuttal evidence?
Not today.
Okay. Mr. Froelich.
I do have rebuttal evidence.
Okay.
And
just you have to give us a second to get to it.
Yep, no worries.
I don't have any, do I?
Not yet.
Not yet. I'm sending it right now.
Here.
Okay, everyone should have it now.
Okay. Okay. Okay, does everybody have it?
I am not seeing it, but let me just refresh my screen again.
I don't have it yet either.
Yeah, I had to refresh to get it. I just got it.
Yeah, I've done that one, but oh, there we go. Okay.
Hang on a second, let me refresh it again. Is it at the top or the bottom?
It will list as item 1, A&T rebuttal.
Okay, hang on a second.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding why I'm not seeing this. Hang on a minute here. Oh, now I've got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Neufeld, you said you had the evidence?
Yes, I do. I have it.
Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Froelich.
Sorry, I'm just before he starts. There's a lot of material here that does not appear to be a rebuttal. It looks more to be bolstering his own case.
I disagree with that.
I'll just tell you, I'm talking pages 5 to oh wait, some of this might be for later. So 5 to 12, and I think perhaps some of the others refer to a different building after that, right? Is that correct?
Okay. So starting from page 12, there's the issue with regards to shortfall. On page 5, it talks about shortfall for industrial properties throughout the city of Winnipeg.
Right.
That's directly related to your shortfall rate.
No. You see, you can only rebut my shortfall rate based on the source of where it was created. It did not come from a market report. So now you're rebutting it with another market report. So I don't think that that's rebuttal. I think that you're trying to bolster your own.
No, it's clearly a rebuttal because your information contradicts market evidence.
No. My statements were not based on what Cushman said or what Avison said. I don't care what they say. Mine were on what Colliers said and my own experience.
Yeah, but when we create a model, we care what industry leaders say. So it's a value of opinion, Mr. Neufeld, and this is what we use.
That's exactly the point. Rebuttal is fact, not opinion.
And well,
Okay, maybe, okay, Mr. Neufeld, you are stating, just tell me what you state your concern is with this rebuttal evidence.
From pages 5 to 12, there are reports done by other real estate companies. And as I said, and Mr. Froelich just said it, these are their opinions. Okay, well, rebuttal is not about providing a contrary opinion. It's about providing contrary facts. So the facts I relied on were the experience of the subject property and the Colliers report. So I would be fair game for anything rebuttal on that presentation, not on something I did not use.
Okay. Panel, do you think we should just have a quick recess to consider this?
could I just add one more thing here?
Go ahead, Mr. Froelich.
Thank you. It's just that when there's such a contradictory in terms of market information for the entire, when we do our mathematical models for subject properties, we look at the entire area for this property. And even in the evidence that Mr. Neufeld has presented here today, with regards to his vacancy analysis, that contradicts. So he's using a higher shortfall that we're using. He's using a higher vacancy than we're using. And
Okay, don't get into that. Tell me why, just in broader terms, why you think it should be included. Not the numbers, please.
Okay, it should be included because we take the broad perspective with regards to market valuation in creating values for the subject property. Mr. Neufeld's approach is approach that we disagree with.
Thank you. Okay, let's have a quick 5-minute recess.
There you go.
We are live.
Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We've considered the concerns presented by Mr. Neufeld regarding the rebuttal evidence. We concur with those concerns. So we will not be hearing pages 5 through 12 of the rebuttal evidence. So Mr. Froelich, those pages have been removed from the evidence that we have in front of us. So you can discuss pages 1 through 4, I guess, relate to this property, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. If you'd like to begin.
Sure thing. So as you're going through my information, I also want you to consider or look at Mr. Neufeld's spot, or just as a frame of reference with regards to his vacancy analysis. Now I'm trying to find what page it is on for Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Neufeld's is on page 19. So on page 19, Mr. Neufeld has said the June single tenant investment industrial vacancy rate should be, on his brief, he says it should be 12.55%. However, Mr. Neufeld does not provide a 5-year average, and the subject property is a multi-tenanted building, not a single tenanted building. So what I've done here is I've found 3 additional reports from the same document that Mr. Neufeld has. And I do want to include this information here. So the 5-year average on the very first, on this report here is 2.18%, not 12.55.
What page are we looking at?
Page two of my brief.
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
So this is the June industrial vacancy rate summary for all the inventory in the Fort Garry district.
Okay.
So the 5-year average is 2.18%, not 12.55. And the industrial report as a general sort of overview. The Winnipeg industrial market had a vacancy rate of below 3% for the past decade. The prior 10 years have all produced reasonable vacancy rates. 2021 has returned to the standard. And just for the record, the documentation that I've provided here is from June 2021, and you'll see that on the subsequent page. So Mr. Neufeld's claiming that the vacancy should be 12.55%, where there's no indication of that high vacancy rate on page 2. On page 3, the vacancy rate from my analysis here should be 4.98%, not 4.89. And what has happened here is so I've looked at the June investment category for the vacancy rate by district, another analysis. And the industrial investment rate market in Winnipeg has been stable for the past year, maintaining a vacancy rate of between 6 and 9%. The rate remains competitive while allowing for growth. The vacancy rate below here is 7%, which will encourage new construction to continue. And as we know from my other documentation is that there have been a lot of new constructions being built within the city of Winnipeg. And from this analysis here, when I've taken the so starting in 2017 for Fort Garry, the first year is 2.5, then it goes to 0.5, 3.7, 8.3, and 9.8. The vacancy here is 4.98, right? Not 12.55% that Mr. Neufeld's using. And to confirm my documentation, the analysis here is from June 2021. On page 4, the vacancy report from this chart includes multi-tenanted rates, which is a 5-year average is 3.24%. The average for vacancy is 3.24%. The subject property is a multi-tenanted building, not a single tenant operation. So looking at Mr. Neufeld's data here, we need to be consistent with the subject property. I'm not sure why Mr. Neufeld did not include the multi-tenanted information on this. So not including the applicant's data from the 3 reports, the average is 3.46%. Our model vacancy is 3.5%. And historically, the average here In Fort Garry, it's from 1.3, 0.7, 3.7, 3.7, and 6.8. That concludes my vacancy analysis. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. So you're saying that Johnson has rates ranging from 3.7 to 6.8 in Fort Garry and 7 to 6.9 in the city. That's still higher than what you've applied to the subject. Is that not correct?
But from the three reports, the 5-year average shows we don't do only 1 year as a window.
Well, I'll get to that question later.
What we're saying here is the 5-year average for my documentation is 3.46%, which is vastly different from the 12.55 that you're seeking.
No, at the end, you just quoted those three numbers, and I'm just repeating what you quoted, 3.7, 3.7, 6.8. That's still higher than what you've applied, correct?
We've used 3.5, but we also look at what occurred in 2017 and 2018.
But you said 3.7, 3.7, 6.8, correct?
That's what it shows on documentation.
Now, where do you get the idea that a 5-year average is the way to go?
Well, based on my experience, I want to be consistent in our process, because when we look at market valuation, properties will look at, properties go through good times and bad, where there's opportunities where there's full vacancy, and there's opportunities when buildings have higher vacancy.
Do you have an authority on this, or is this just your conclusion?
This is what I've learned from the many assessors that I've worked with over the years.
Okay, and how often does the assessment, how often are reassessments done?
This time it was done 3 years because of COVID. Previously, it was done every 2 years, and then it went from 2004 to 2008, and that was a 4-year cycle.
Our current cycle is 2 years, correct?
This cycle's 3 years.
Is it? 23, is it going to 26? I thought it was reverting back to 2-year cycle.
Well, as of right now, I don't know what's happening. Okay. All I know is last reassessment was 2020 based on April 1st, 2018 as a reference date. So this year we're dealing with the 2023 cycle, which is an April 1st, 2021 reference date.
So you're saying, regardless of whether it's 2 years or 3 years, there's the opportunity to revise every 2 or 3 years. Why do we need a 5-year cycle?
Because you're looking at the building performance. I'm sure when a person's looking to purchase a property, they're looking at the building history greater than 2 years.
Oh, no, you're familiar with assessment practices in multifamily and hotel where they only go back 2 or 3 years. Is that not correct?
Well, okay. So like you said, if they go back 3 years, which is closer than what we've done, I believe that you've been very selective in your data, Mr. Neufeld.
Sorry, I'm just asking questions. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
I have no questions on the rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunjal, do you have any questions on the rebuttal?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, and I have no questions on the rebuttal. So thank you. That concludes item number 1 on our agenda.
I think I would like the opportunity for a brief summary. I know you've heard an awful lot.
Oh, yeah? Okay, well, first we'll ask the assessor if he's got a summary.
In a nutshell, when we look at this subject property here, there's a sale that had taken place, which is a good indication of market value. When I looked at the sale that had occurred for this property, the sale that had taken place in 2017 was $195 a square foot. This is a premium property in a great location. The market at Mr. Neufeld has no issues with regards to the market rent that we have used for this subject property. He has issues with the cap rate. He has issues with the shortfall. He has issues with the vacancy. I've very clearly stated that the issues with regards to vacancy has been presented in such a manner which doesn't give a full indication of the vacancy rate within the city of Winnipeg. Cap rates are very subjective, but we're basing our information on what industry leaders say. And what it all boils down to is when we do our cap rate analysis, We don't provide this here. We've taken an hour and 15 minutes for one property. We have 6 other properties on this docket. So imagine how long these hearings would be. So when we look at our cap rate analysis, we're looking at, when we develop cap rates, we're looking at what these units are selling for on a per square foot basis as a sort of balancing act. So when I look at the assessed value for this property, I believe that our assessed value is very fair and that we are not being subjective to one theory. We're looking at the entire market base, which I wasn't able to include with regards to the shortfall and with regards to the cap rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld?
Just to recap, sale plus investment base, 8.8 million, which included repair. So that gives you an indication of where the value of this building is in the eyes of one person, the purchaser, who thought it was worth after taking the repair out of it, the capital cost would have been in the low 8s, and it's not been successful. That's the key. But it's still much less than the assessed value. The concept of vacancy is interesting in that we got legislation which, in the lawmaker's mind, at least to me, it appears that they said, we've got to relook at the market every 2 years. That's why we do reassessments, so you're not stuck with the same thing. So now the assessors are arguing, well, we should have a longer cycle because maybe it helps me in this case. That's not the intent of reassessments. It is to capture as close as possible to the reference here. The 3 or 2 years prior show bad vacancies. Now, the actual vacancy, 10.9%. I will concede on the point that, as I did mention earlier, 12.5 could have been a bit on the high side, but 10.9 is the actual. And that hardly changes the value. It really changes it. I just did a workup here to 6,655,000 by changing that vacancy rate. So it's a marginal amount, but that is a point to consider. But when we use actuals, it's because there was an actual experience. There was a miscalculation towards the market, and the market was not going to support the owner's concept of what could happen. And I can only say this because I know it personally. The non-recoverables are a big issue. Statement shows a lot. We can't disregard them. This is the standard business practice in our market, is to do non-recoverables. The city assessor does not have the right to create a model for the city or the users. The users dictate the market practices and the assessor must mimic them, not the other way around. And that's the fundamental problem with their concept of non-recoverables. Follow the cash is the simplest concept you can deal with. The cap rate, you saw a picture of some decay from the worst area, I admit, but let's remember that they make beer here. This is a rough usage. This is going to be a short life. The worst enemy of any building is moisture, period. The moisture will shorten the life. A shorter life indicates that you have to cap higher to recoup your money sooner. Thank you. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Okay. Does anybody need a 5-minute break before we carry on with our second property on our docket?
That would be helpful. Thank you, since we didn't get a break when we recessed. So 5 minutes would be good.
Okay, so we're just going to take a very quick break. If we could all be back by 11 o'clock. As Mr. Froelich helpfully pointed out, we still have many items left on our docket. So 11 o'clock.
We are live.
Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We are now hearing item number 3 on our agenda, 50 Burnett Avenue. Mr. Froelich, when you're ready.
Yep. File number is 223397. Roll number is 040028800500. The assessed value that we have for this property for 2023 is $982,000. This property is one building that was built that has built in 1963, has an effective year of 1963. The wall height is 12 feet. The land area is 43,541, and the leasable area is 5,000. We have a land to building ratio of 8.6, which is higher than industry standard, and we've adjusted that accordingly. Property owners have been compliant with regards to income and expense mailer, and this property did sell on April 15th, 2015 on page 2. The sale price was for $800,000. And here's a search of the title for the subject property. There was a mortgage taking place for this property of $1 million with regards to the numbered company, which is the owner, and with Crosstown Credit Union. They loaned the property owner $1 million. So even though the sale price was $800,000, I'm assuming the other $200,000 were for chattels with regards to the subject property, but I do not know. But there is in place here $1 million sale in 2015, which is significantly higher than the assessed value that the agent's looking for. Moving forward, in the middle page of page 3, here's the actual sale that had taken place with regards to from ABW Investments Limited to the numbered company for $800,000. Page 4, here's the company search for the vendor, showing who AB Investments Limited are. The list of the names are listed below here. And subsequently, on page 6, there's the purchaser, which is the numbered company, which is the property owner. And the family name is the same as the name of the fitness center, which is listed below. So you can see that this has been an open market sale. Subject property is on page 7, showing where it's located at. Property is located in the northeast quadrant of the city of Winnipeg, in between Gateway and La Jamodier and McLeod and Springfield. On page 8, we have the workup for the subject property. We have a leasable area of 5,000 using a rent of $11.92, using a 3% vacancy loss for $57,812, using this expenses at 3%, shortfall at $385, using a 6% cap rate. We come up with a value of $925,000. And when you'll see further on in my brief here with regards to the land, we've added another $57,000 for the land for the subject property here. On page 9, we have a list of comparables. So what we've done here is, on the most part, we're trying to get properties that are of similar size and a similar component of this. There's not too many warehouses that are 5,000 square feet. And so what we've done here is we've got a variety of rents here that have taken place of similar sizes. The range is from $3,168 to $6,500. The wall heights are similar. The wall height for the subject property is 12 feet. We have a range here from 12 feet all the way up to 26 feet. But if you notice that the rental rate for for the 26 feet, which is on 1680 Sargent, that rent is $13. But similar age building here. And our series of rents are all within the range. We're going from the $10 range to the $13 range for the subject property. What we have here with regards to the land comparables, and I do have this here right now in front of me. So when we looked at the land area, we have the total land area of 43,541. The subject property The gross floor area is 5,064. So the surplus, so we times that by 4. So the surplus land that we have is 23,285. And before I go any further, I'm just going to reference page 15 of my brief. Is everyone on page 15?
Yep.
Okay. So on page 15 of my brief, so you'll see the front picture of the building, with regards to the entrance, and then you can see on the back side there's almost the entire area, which is, if you could almost cut it in half, so the end of the building ends in a place whereby, a building addition could end up taking place. I do notice that they do have some fitness equipment there, but if the property owner decided to expand, there's the capability of expanding to that. So what we did in our calculation is our surplus land is 23,285, and we used $2.45 a square foot for the additional land, which is how we came up with the $57,000. So what we had.
Sorry, can you tell me the land amount you used again? 23,000.
For sure. Did you want me to start from the original amount?
No, that's fine. No.
So
just the 23,000.
Is we have 23,285.
Okay, thank you.
And that's at $2.45 a square foot. So what we've done here with our land calculations is I have a series of comparable sales that are in different locations, but they're of smaller sizes, and these sales here are significantly lower than the rate that we've used here. But I placed this here for reference purposes. In a previous appeal, I'm on the page 11 right now. We have surplus land. So what ends up happening in situations like this is that, through the years that I've done appeals with regards to surplus or excess land here, and this is clearly surplus, not excess, because it can't get developed. What ends up taking place is that, a lot of times agents don't believe that there's any value to the surplus land. And so on a property that I had earlier on this year, what happens here is we had a situation where a property had a land to building ratio of 3.77, which is less than the 4-to-1 ratio that we use. But in the sales mailer that had taken place for regards to this subject property, if you look on the bottom of it, the fourth bullet down, 1, 2, 3, 4, it says excess land for future development. So even though it's under the 4-to-1 building ratio, it clearly states here that there's room for future development. So if you turn over on page 12, oh shoot, did I exclude it? Oh my goodness, I did. I did exclude it. That sort of defeats my purpose here. Just time constraints. So if you ended up looking at 1781 Wellington at one point, there's clearly a parcel of land which has been allocated for future development here. And that was my mistake for including that. So I apologize for that. Page 12 has our cap rate information that we've discussed prior to that. Page 14 shows where the property is located at. And there's just an overview here of where it's located at between Chief Peguis and McLeod, between Raleigh and Lagimodiere. Page 14 shows a picture of the gym per se, and a couple more overhead shots that are on 15. Property owner has completed their income and expense mailer, and that concludes my final presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions?
Yes. Just one sec. I was just finishing. Okay. Now you said first of all, page 8, was this generated all by the model?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And is this the method by which it is to be assessed?
Yes.
You went in some discussion about a mortgage. What is a mortgage?
A mortgage provides an opportunity for a person to finance the purchase of an asset.
But what's its impact? When you register a mortgage on title, what are you registering?
You're registering the value of the property versus the amount being loaned.
Where
So,
does it say?
if the property owner forfeits, they'll be able to recoup the value of the building to pay off the mortgage.
Where does it say on this document that it represents the value?
It doesn't. It's
Okay.
based for the mortgage is showing the transfer of ownership between party A to party B, and it was financed with a $1 million mortgage.
Where does it say how much money changed hands for the mortgage?
I am basing it on what we received from the income and expense mailer in the system here from Land Titles.
Okay. Are you aware that a mortgage is merely a registration of rights?
And the bank has the registration of rights of this building.
Can you tax a registration of rights?
Was that a question?
Yes, it is. It started with, can you tax a registration of rights?
No, we're taxing the building value of the property.
And when you researched the sale, did you determine whether or not there were any other properties included with that transaction?
Based on the information that was provided to us in my research, we have no other information that shows that there are other properties included with that.
Did you research it, was the question.
I did research it. Yes, we did.
Okay. And this sale that you're reporting is taking place in 2015. When was it converted to a fitness studio?
Ooh, I would. Let me double check here. It says here there are some alterations done in 2015 and 2016.
And what is our reference date?
April 1st, 2021.
What was the state of the fitness industry on April 1st, 2021? Would you agree that they were down approximately 58% overall? In and around that number?
Industrial type buildings were not affected to the same capacity as other type buildings.
Well, I'm asking about industrial buildings. I'm asking about fitness businesses.
Are we looking at the real estate value of the building? Or are we talking about the fitness industry?
You're just here to answer questions. If you don't know, you don't know.
I'll answer questions that are relevant, and I'm looking at the building value.
If a person purchases a building for a particular motivation, and that motivation is destroyed by COVID, do you still think it's appropriate to put reliance on any sale like that?
The point is, this property could be used for other resources, for other properties, for other means other than a fitness building.
But the sale was not for other means. It was for fitness, wasn't it?
Yes, but it was. Okay. There are other buildings that are located on Burnett that are not fitness related.
Now, if you were to use this for a different use, such as industrial, would your viewpoint on whether or not there was surplus land or not still hold?
Well, because surplus land provides an opportunity for development and expansion. And so this property has the opportunity for development and expansion based on the high land to building ratio.
Okay, sorry. I heard you say earlier that surplus land can't be developed. Maybe I missed.
Surplus, there's a difference between surplus land and excess land. I'm talking about building expansion.
Okay.
And building expansion can take place for the subject property or any other potential buyers. And
in its life, has any expansion ever occurred?
Well, in not that I know of.
And if expansion were to occur, does not the assessment department then have the right to go reassess for increase of the improved value?
Yes, but there is value in the land of the subject property.
And how do you do, you don't you need a bit more of an exhaustive study to determine this other than a simple land building ratio?
Well, based on many industrial properties that I've encountered during the years, if there's an opportunity for development of building expansion, and if the land's available, a potential property owner may do that. We have many car dealerships that have expanded their footprints with regards to excess land. We have many with regards to surplus land.
Are any of them looking for sites on Burnett?
Sites on Burnett.
Yeah, car dealers, you just mentioned them. Are they looking for land on Burnett?
That's one example of a situation where a building can go through an expansion. We have examples like we have like egg producing facilities in Transcona. We have Sobeys. We have lots of industrial properties where there have been building expansions here. Property 634 Raleigh went through a major building expansion.
Now, I think the word you used earlier was if, wasn't it? If they expand, I wrote that down.
The potential. This property has the potential for expanding.
Now, you on page 11 showed 1780 Wellington. What type of business is in there?
Oh, the 1781 Wellington. Oh, those are there's two different office type businesses that are located there.
Office. So does office need the same?
It's a
land?
flex warehouse, Mr. Neufeld, and
Okay.
we deal with industrial properties. So
it is. You're saying it's a flex warehouse.
well,
You're not.
it has two. The building there has two different uses. They have two different BAs there. You know, one of them's a spa, one of them's appliance machinery, sells appliances, right? It provides retail services similar to the subject property.
But it's retail, and you're talking about industrial buildings, right?
Mr. Neufeld, we're talking about the building. You're trying to muddle the issue here. You know, the bottom line, the property on Wellington is industrial warehouse type property. The subject property that we're looking at here is industrial warehouse type property.
I bought my appliances there. I'm very familiar with it. I'm just wondering why you're using a retail to make a point about a fitness studio.
I'm making Mr. Neufeld, I am making the argument here that in the sales listing for this property, they said there was the potential development of surplus land to expand the footprint of the building here. There's a concrete pad that allows the property owner for that property to expand their building here. I am talking about the potential value here. I am defending the fact that we've added $57,000 worth of value to the property there because it has a high land to building ratio.
Is the property you've identified, the 23,000 square feet, held under a separate title?
Is it held under, we have one ownership listed there. So I don't know the title per se, but it has one ownership group.
Can it be marketed as a separate piece of property?
It was marketed and it was sold for a value which was very
The
close to the
excess
assessed value
land,
of the property.
is the excess land marketable as a separate piece of land?
Well, a professional agency, the Capital Group, listed that as potential for future expansion. So I have trust in the real estate officials and market evidence that tells me that the potential for development is there. If they did not believe that there's potential for development there, they wouldn't have included that in the listing, Mr. Neufeld.
That's your opinion. That brokers.
That's my opinion. That's if there was an issue with regards to liability, then they wouldn't have been able to do that.
Well, and this is based on your years of experience selling properties. I'm sorry, I just take that back. I was just laughing a bit too hard.
Well, Mr. Neufeld, I laugh at a lot of comments that you make as well.
Now, the what I'm trying to get here is, you've said that it can't be sold can't be marketed by itself. So in effect, any development is tied to the building up front. I believe that's what you said earlier. Expansion was the
I
goal.
said there's surplus land to the property that allows for the potential for building expansion.
Expansion, correct. So we have one user then, correct? One potential user.
Currently, yes.
Okay. On the income and expense form, page 18, were you looking at this at all, this income?
Well, the point is it's an owner-occupied property. And so what happens here is when I look at the lease that they had here, because when I did the math here, the lease was like $13. If I looked at the 67,886 divided by the 5,000, it worked out at 1357, but it's an owner-occupied building here. Sometimes we have inconsistencies with regards to how mailers are completed.
I'm just if we could speed up the process, I'd be thrilled. I was just wondering if you were aware that it was owner occupied, and I wanted to know if you looked at that, and the answer was satisfactory. In regard to the capitalization rate, how did this end up at 6%? Like, what would be the parameters that the model applies to get it to this level?
Well, because we have this as a warehouse property, because it's smaller in size, and we had referenced the sale in 2015, we believe a 6% cap rate is indicative of market value.
Did the model take into account the sale?
No, the model is the model. The model looks at all the sales that end up taking place, and similar type properties with those similar type sizes of 5,000 square feet have lower cap rates.
Was there ever any thought to changing the parcel use code to more of a retail orientation, what it's being used for?
No, because the zoning right now is currently all industrial for that neighborhood. Because if we look at the zoning, it's M2 manufacturing. So, you know, and the point is currently it's being used as a fitness facility, but maybe in the future, we go back to manufacturing, because there's plenty of manufacturing that's done on Burnett. So we wouldn't be changing the parcel use code at this time.
Well, doesn't your department routinely change the parcel use code? I've seen it numerous times, for example, when banks get decommissioned, that they change it to a retail number. You're saying you would not do it for this?
Mr. Newfield, as you know, everything's done on a case-by-case basis. Right now, the parcel use is industrial light manufacturing, and there's nothing from it preventing it from being industrial light manufacturing moving forward.
Well, those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunjal?
No, I do not.
Okay. I just had a question also on the cap. So you've assigned a 6% cap rate to this. That's pretty low, I guess, in terms of your caps. And you said it was based on the square footage. Is there a stratification that the city uses in terms of if it's below this square footage, it gets that. If it's above, it gets that. It's in this range.
Yes, there is. And
okay.
When you'd asked this question last time, because the last property we looked at was 55,000 square feet, the cap rate for that was 6.25. But the reason why the cap rate was 6.25, which is slightly higher than the 6 that we have here, is because that's a brand new building, like right. Relatively speaking, right? In my eyes, anything that's built since 2000 is relatively new. And because you have two significant components of that building that was built in 2019 and 2020.
Okay. Yeah, you explained the last building.
Okay.
I'm asking about this one. This one is 1963.
And it is less than 50,000 square feet smaller than the subject property. It's similar to the analogy I talked about with regards to residential homes. More people can afford to potentially purchase this type of property because of the smaller size and the smaller price.
Okay, does the age come into play here?
Well, we have the age here of 1963,
Mhm.
but by looking at the outside of the building, you know, I could clearly state like the outside of the building doesn't look like it's 1963. It has nice brick facade. It looks decent. It looks like it looks decent. The roof looks solid. So to me, it's older than a 1963 building here. Like if you look at the building, the roof on page 15, it's not a 1963 building. I would easily say it's at least 1980. So even if we had changed the effective age to 1980, that would have impacted the cap rate, which is why I feel so comfortable with regards to the value of this property here.
And how would it have affected the cap rate?
Well, the point is that the cap rate would have even gone lower if I changed the effective age to 1980. Because
Okay,
if you
but
look,
there's nothing.
if we reference to if we reference our cap rate study that we have on page 12, you know, so we're looking at it. This would be an industrial B type building, right? And so with the cap rate range that we have here is 5.55% and 7.45%.
Mm-hmm.
We're at 6, so we're within the range of that. And you have the recent sale history of the property, which is backed by a mortgage, to say that our valuation for this property seems pretty reasonable.
No, I'm not questioning that. I was just asking questions on how the cap rate was derived, especially given the age of the property. Is the way of that the department has assessed this property, has it changed from the previous cycle? Did you have a land value in the previous cycle as well? Or is this a new practice for you?
You know what? Let me double check here because I cannot remember if this was appealed last cycle or not, because I think this is a new client for Mr. Neufeld. Now, this is the first time this property has ever been appealed.
That's not my question.
Okay.
My question was,
has it changed in valuation?
No, that's not even my question. My question is, you've used an approach where you've determined a capitalization value and a land value. Was that approach done in the previous cycle?
I have to look that up because I do not know off the top of my head. And so, because it's if it was appealed in the past, I would have quicker access to it. Just give me 2 minutes.
Thank you.
And I will be able to answer your question.
Thanks.
Sorry for the delay.
That's okay.
Yeah. Okay. Sometimes lack of patience is not my strong point. 0. Yeah, our land value in the last cycle was $62,000.
So you did use a land value. Okay.
Yes, we did. Did you want me to check the 2018 year?
Nope, that's fine.
Okay.
Also, I have one more question about your rental comps.
Yeah.
These are all warehouse type properties?
Well, they're a combination of warehouse and they're a combination of retail. And
did you like this usage of this property is what, a fitness center? Did you use any fitness centers?
You know, actually, one of the properties on one of our first comparables is not a fitness center per se, but they sell fitness equipment.
Is that different from a fitness center?
Well, it's an industrial type building
Yeah, I appreciate that, yeah.
that does retail functions. So we have quite a few industrial buildings here that have industrial functions here. We also have one on Sargent Avenue, which is also a fitness facility here.
When you say facility, do you mean like
an actual gym?
In the same way that the subject is?
Yep.
Okay.
It's smaller than the subject property.
That's the one 1680 Sargent.
That is correct.
And you said that's a fitness center?
Yeah.
Okay. Any others?
That's all we have for fitness.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Mr. Neufeld, you can proceed with your presentation.
Just 1 second, there was just some brand new information there.
You know what? Time is of the essence here, Mr.
You know what?
Neufeld.
You know what? We're managing the time as best we can. We want to have the information we can. I agree, though.
Yeah, no, it just, there was some new information there, and I just wanted to see if I had a follow-up, and no, it's fine. So I will go to my report here, our report, I should say. Just to be clear, and there's a touch of a response as well. A mortgage is not value. It's a registration that a bank puts on a property that covers what they want for security, and it can be for a lot of things, and a lot of people put up mortgages on their property for more than it's worth, and not an uncommon practice. The only way to know for sure whether or not it relates to the value is to talk to the participants, and I don't think they like to share that information. So a mortgage registration is completely misleading. And there is a case, municipal board on 291 Gary, where it was actually a mortgage broker who owned the building, where the board agreed with me when I brought it in that you do not look at mortgage registrations. I didn't know what sort of weight the assessor had planned on putting on it, so I did not prepare a rebuttal in that response, but I just thought it was common sense. In regard to the sale, the owners bought this to open up a special fitness studio in 2015 when the business is booming. The reference year, business was dead. Everybody knows that fitness studios were one of the first ones shut down by COVID orders. And who is going to buy a fitness studio? So the point here is very simple. When you make a motivated sale because for one purpose, and that purpose goes away, the previous sale holds no weight because it wasn't purchased for an industrial building. It was purchased for a different reason. So we should be agreeing that we're just using the income approach and disregarding all that. And that was my point, my segue into the value. We had looked at this building, and it's an older, designed as industrial use building in a neighborhood that's not premium retail or premium industrial or premium much else. It's an older neighborhood with I don't know what the right word is, but this is not a conforming property, Burnett, and nor are these developments on Burnett. We had looked at a rent of $8, and that was just by what we call our small industrial rental rates, and these are also in a variety of locations. And that's on my page 3. The listing of them, and now there's 3 at the top in Mountain View. The only reason that they were put in place is to show you the difference between what good industrial gets and what mediocre industrial gets, and then you can see that they came in much higher. They're in the arm of Rosser in Centerport Way, and that's and you see they also feature high ceilings, and that's the ceiling. That's the market too, the ceiling of the market as well. the rest of these properties, and many of them have different uses. So for example, partway down 1393 border is a bunch of different units in there with a variety of different uses, mixed usage. And I think that that's the best way of explaining what this is. It's a mixed usage location. So all of these rents, which are similar properties, they range from, I believe, a low of 349 to a ceiling of 813. And likely, in our opinion, when we looked at it, that example on Cree at the top of the scale was probably we put more weight to it, but mostly because we know what the site is and its location and the user. It's the most comparable. It is in a different location. Burnett is not an investment neighborhood, and I think the assessor and I both had that in common, is that we looked all around the city for rents. And I didn't settle, our people settled there at the higher end of the scale of mixed usage, industrial based usage. The rest of the issues, now there is a mistake here on the vacancy, and it's not a known mistake. It's not one that the person who did this would know of. But we always try this idea of looking at the neighborhood and then looking at the city for some indication, blend those two rates to see where it goes. And the problem is that the Kildonan neighborhood has such a small sample size. That's why it's at 0. There are no single tenant investment properties in the Kildonan era. And I'm looking at the Johnson report, and he's got them all listed. The whole area is 360,000 feet. Singles are 76,000 feet, and the 4 singles are all owner occupied. So that's not an accurate thing to look at. It's a loss of the sample size just doesn't do anything. And to put this in perspective, the neighborhood represents a mere fraction of the total area in the city of Winnipeg, which is 28 million square feet. So it's not a large enough sample size. However, I'm not going to change anything. I guess it's one less thing to argue about. And on a property this size, it's not going to make a big difference either, because it's a small property. Again, with the non-recoverables, my mantra is the city of Winnipeg does not set standards. They're supposed to follow standards. Our standard is what does the investor care about, and they care about how much money they make. That's not reasonable not to have an allowance for non-recoverables when every building has them. The cap rate is, in my opinion, it's difficult to put a cap rate on a building of this quality because it's not a really good investment property. Most properties like this end up selling for on the basis of a rate per square foot rather than as investments, because that's who the users are. But again, we looked at this Collier's cap rate, and hypothetically, if it were an investment property, this is how we would look at it. Obviously, the location is a negative factor, and the size is a negative factor. The design and the age of it is a negative factor. Quality and condition. We've got some pictures. No, the assessor's got some pictures in there. There's nothing special about this building, and it's one person's dream, and all the power in the world to him. Unfortunately, it's not working out right now. But in the market, this would sell as on the basis of a direct comparison approach, and for me, that's the true double check on anything. And the value we came up was $480,000, which is roughly $100 a square foot. And I think that's a fair number. It's got a good land allocation, and with a smallish older building on it. But we stick by these numbers. 480,000 would be our estimate of value. Thanks. That's sorry, there was one other stupid thing I had to say here. Oh, yeah, sorry. The concept of excess surplus land is got to be proven, not guessed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Froelich, do you have any questions?
So on Mr. Neufeld's last comment, so are you saying, Mr. Neufeld, that this property has no potential to have a building expansion to make it larger?
No, what I'm saying is that potential has to be proven, not guessed. And in the 59 years it's been in place, that potential has never been proven. So that counts for a lot more than speculation that maybe it could.
But if there's, you know, society always changes things. If a new person came in here, you're saying that there's no potential. Like, that comment is just very subjective. Because what's happened in the past is no generation of what's potential in the future. And so if there's potential for development, it can be developed. So
in answer to your question, let's just consider the major complaint we always hear: post-reference. You're talking about something that might happen. It has never happened. You can only make your decisions based on what has happened. There has been zero interest here.
But there is the potential for development. Okay. Is there any reason why you only a significant amount of your comparables are like, you know, like at least a third of them are 5 years away from the reference date?
Well, what we're doing with these is we have our primary reason for inclusion is that they're clean deals, and what we're always working through them and updating them as we go along. And as I mentioned, the one that I think had the greatest reliance was from April 1st of 21 at $8.13, and the other one on Aaron also from March of 21. So this is always, for us, it's always a work of updating. And so what we'll do, and we find some more, we'll sort them by date and then get rid of the ones at the bottom. It helps you look at the market, but for reliance, we're looking at the top numbers: $6, $8.13, $7, $4.90, $6.70. That's for this style of building.
And is 301 Cree a flex warehouse, or is there different tenants in there?
Yeah, it's a 3-unit. Wait a sec, I got to remember. Might be thinking of the other one in Cree. This is. I did not anticipate not having to remember this. I'll just double check, make sure I say this right. Oh, yes, okay, it is the one I thought of. It's yeah, I believe that there's 3 tenants in it.
And so, is there potential for 3 tenants with the subject property?
In that existing building? Well, it would take a lot of capital.
Okay. So it's not really a fair comparable then?
No, it is. It's what somebody paid for space.
But
that's not
a single tenant is different than a flex warehouse.
No. We're talking about rental rates, not vacancy rates or other things. If someone is in the market, you put your vision on differently. If someone is in the market to rent space, the multi or single tenant buildings are all in play for that dollar.
So are credit unions and banks in the business of lending out money where their investments aren't protected?
The lending practices are not a concern of ours, and the honest answer to that question is that sometimes banks are aggressive and sometimes they're not, and they deal with different motivations. And when money is flowing freely, they like to lend a lot. So, an evaluation, the only time we'd ever consider whether or not a financing practice comes into play is on the basis of rates, whether or not someone got favorable financing or had punitive financing that would impact their rates of return. I think that's the major factor. The only reason really we look at the banks.
No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
Just one, Mr. Neufeld, your argument on the surplus land. So would this be your contention with any surplus land that on any property, or is this specific to this one?
I think it's a specific one. Looking at the siting, I mean, it's rearage land for one. There have been cases where I've agreed with the assessor that there is land that's available, but then you've got to take a different approach. You've got to actually look at the legal costs of subdivision and paying your dedication fees and getting your development permits before you determine it has a value. The line, in my view, is can you successfully market it and earn a profit? And many properties that have supposedly excess land, by the time they finish the dedication and development fees, there's nothing left to sell. So why bother? So there's a lot of factors in play.
Okay, so it wasn't a generalized argument. It was specific to this property.
It was specific, yes. And
thank you. That's all
I have agreed once or twice.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Mr. Donjal, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay, and I have no questions either. I don't believe we have rebuttal evidence for this property, or do we?
No.
No. Mr. Froelich, is there a desire for summation?
Well, the only thing I want to say that Mr. Neufeld's referenced this as excess land for development. This is strictly surplus land if the building wants to do through building expansion. The rental, the value that we had used is clearly surplus land, not excess land. So all the costs that Mr. Neufeld's trying to portray upon this property would not be an issue, because this property cannot be subdeveloped as a separate tenant because there's no access. So the valuation that we had used for this is strictly as surplus land, not access. And I just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah, well, again, I just a caution to looking at past history from a sale that was motivated by different reasons. Time changes, life changes, and we have a 2-year or we have a new cycle where, values can go up and down. And COVID, this particular one, because of what they've done for it, I'm not saying that the value would have gone down. I'm saying the fitness studio would never have paid that much for it. So it's the motivation is all wrong. So we look at it clean. We've agreed it's the income approach, and we should look at it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Okay, we'll move on to item number 4 on our agenda, 634 Raleigh Street. Just give everybody a minute to get there. Okay, Mr. Froelich, whenever you're ready.
File number is 223869, roll number 020628 07785. The property value for 2023 is $25,942,000. This property here consisted of 2 different properties at one point, and there's also been a significant amount of building expansion that have taken place for the subject property. And so as we go through it, it's going to seem complicated at times, but I just want to give a general overview with regards to how this property is, and I'm sure you'll have lots of questions. EH Price is the property owner. 11 buildings, or the business that runs through here is EH Price. There's 1 to 2 stories. The actual year built for these properties is between 1960 and 2020, and the effective year that we have for this property is 1987, 1988. The wall heights vary between 11 and 31 feet high. The land area is 765,413, and the total leasable area is 419,579. Before I expand this any further, so the first parcel of land and you'll end up seeing this on like income stream, but I want to just go through this right now, is that there was one roll number, which was 675 Gillespie. That consisted of 42,940 square feet.
Can you repeat the number, please?
Yep, 675 Gillespie. The area for that is 42,940. Then the second parcel we have is 247,059. And that's the 634 Raleigh. And the new building construction is 129,359. So yeah, so it's 42,940, 247,280. I think I screwed that up for you guys, and 129,359.
So the 247,280 is the original building?
Well, the original building, well, there's two original buildings, and there was a replot where it was all under one unit. So initially, prior to the expansion, it was the 42,000 or the 43,000 and the 247,000 square feet. And then subsequently, it was the 129,000 square feet, which was built in 2020.
Okay. But the sorry, I'm asking this out of turn, but the 247,280 is part of the original 634 Raleigh.
Okay. Yes and no. The 247, the 129,359 before they were split up, because that component of the 129 is brand new. So that was just the open space, and you'll see that in my pictures. Okay. So yeah, I've never had the opportunity to do an inspection of this property. Property owner has been compliant with regards to filling out the income and expense mailers. And on the bottom of page 2 shows one of the pictures of the subject property. On page 3, I'm going over the market income for this property. Because 42,940 is the individual unit by itself, you could actually see a good picture of that on the top of page 8 or page 9. That's on the northwest section of the building, and that was the 675 Gillespie. So when you look at that property, because that property is under one economic unit right now, but if the property owners ever decided to subdivide, the rental rate for that property would be significantly higher than the other two PIDs that we have here. So which is why we have $8.16 for the 42,940. The other two properties that we have here right now are for the 247,280 and the 129,359. Those have rents of $4.42 and $4.48. We have a total of potential income of $2,022,896. Using a 3% vacancy, we come up with effective gross income of $1,962,209. Using 3% for expenses, $385 for shortfall, we come up with a net operating income of $1,854,882. Because of the size of the property, it is larger, which is why we have a larger cap rate, and our cap rate here is 7.15. Using the income and the cap rate, our value for the property is $25,942,000. On page 4, I got a variety of comparable rents here of properties that are most of them are north of 100,000 square feet, minus one, which is 30,000 square feet. And what we've done here on the bottom portion of it, so the ones from Egas to Redwood are all north of 100,000 square feet, and they're showing a range of from $4 to $6.95. What's interesting to point out here right now is even though I don't have it as a comparable, there's a lot of new industrial development in the northwest quadrant on Haggart Street, where they're building 175,000 square feet warehouses, and all those rents are north of $10. Some of them as high as 14. So I don't have this here, but I know from my experience and what's taking place in the industry, in the marketplace, those rents take place. And so even though from our perspective, for the new space of the 129,359, we're using $4.48 as a rental rate, it can be higher, and which is why I'm very comfortable with the rental rate that we're using here right now. So what I've done here is I've shown a series of rents that have taken place, and then on the last three are smaller, the last two of them are smaller rents that are like within close to 42,000 square feet and showing a range of 825 to 1145. Our cap rate information we've gone through. On page 7, I'm showing the location of the subject property. So it's right on Raleigh and East Kildonan, and it's not a traditional industrial park area. On page 8, we got pictures with regards to the access point of how to get into the building. And I'm on the bottom of page 8. This shows you where the new building has taken place. So if you go in between 675 Gillespie and 634 Raleigh, you're going to end up seeing a brand new building that existed here that they built. And then if you look at the bottom of page 9, you're going to see the open space. So that's the area where they added the 130,000 square feet. And so when you add 130,000 square feet to subject property, it's just, the money and the quality of the finish, will be to a higher standard than what's been done in the past. What I have on page 10 is I have an example of all the permits that have taken place recently for the subject property. We have over $9 million worth of permits that have been taken out since 2017 till now. And I do apologize. From 17 on, that's my mistake. I include some post-reference permits there. But when we're looking at this, when we're looking at the value of the property, we're looking at the physical presence of the property. So even though these permits are taken in after the reference date, we're looking at the physical state of the building as of January 1st, 2023 for this evaluation. The economic factors are looking at the market rents. On the top of page 11, this shows the permit that they had listed here for the 107,697 for one example of one of the permits. We have the income expense mailer information on page 14 and 15. And that concludes my formal presentation for this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions?
Yes. Lost the screen. This is okay, sorry. I got 18 screens going here. So the property was the amalgamation of this. How did this happen?
The property owner took out a permit. I don't know the details of why this property was amalgamated.
Okay, well, I don't either. That's what we're trying to find out, because it was, but it was in the past. It was two separate roles then, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and when you're, I take it that the values on page 3 are all generated by the model.
That's correct.
And the model bases this on the effective years indicated on page 1.
Yes.
And so how does a building built in 1960 become 1987?
It's the overall building age of all the buildings combined. It's just like, how does 130,000 square feet of a building, that was built in 2020 has a effective age of 1988. It's a blended year.
Well, let me be a bit more specific. In 1960, a portion of the building was built with an 11-foot ceiling. Was it raised?
Was it raised? You know what? Because this property's been replotted, I don't have easy access to the detailed history of how the building has changed. Oh, actually, you know what? So actually I do, and I apologize for that. So we have 3,200 square feet of 11 feet. That was in 76. Then we have 20 feet in 76, which is 30,000 square feet. We have 3,500 square feet. That was in 76. In 2000, we have almost 5,000 square feet. So I'm actually thinking that, like, what I see in front of me here, I got 18 feet, 16 feet, 20 feet, 24 feet, 24 and 24. So actually, based on your question here, Mr. Neufeld, of the building size of 419,000 square feet, based on what I see in front of me here right now, we only have, oh wow, it seems to me we only have 3,200 square feet that was built, that's 11 feet high. And that's the office portion of it.
Okay. And again, I guess I'm just kind of wondering how you can update, make a building, an old building new. That was my question.
Well, it's just like how we make a new building old. It's the reversal, Mr. Neufeld. If we could go from 1960 to 1988, we're also going from 2000 to 1988. It's a blended rate. Okay.
Now the land plan area is 2.08 to 1. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you had mentioned earlier that 4 to 1 was the typical ratio.
That is what we use, but there's many examples. One of them was on the Wellington property that I discussed. There's an egg manufacturing plant in Transcona. There's a Sobeys warehouse where, or even MLCC in Fort Garry. Those are all examples where land to building ratios were not factors in the redevelopment of the property.
Not my question. You said 4 to 1 would be the typical expectation, correct?
That's a guideline that we use, but it's a guideline. It's not set in stone.
So when we looked at 50 Burnett with a much higher ratio, there was a consideration for excess or surplus land, correct?
Yep.
Now, if you have a property that has less land, shouldn't you have a deduction then?
Not if this was done by the ownership group.
Well, what does that matter?
What does it matter is because there are a lot of examples that are, it's a guideline, it's not set in stone. And,
what does it matter who did it? It's there. It's got a low ratio. You have,
but it doesn't, the bottom line is, does it impact the functionality of the building? And, so if a large manufacturer felt that the land to building ratio worked for them and it didn't affect their access points or their turning curves, then subsequently it will probably work for other industrial facilities as well.
Okay, so but what I was asking is, if you have a policy for charging for
it's a guideline, it's not a policy, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay, but if a guideline, then why don't you have the same guideline when you're under the land requirement?
Because the property owner made a decision to improve the property. There was more value for the property owner to expand their facility than to have a 4 to 1 land to building ratio.
So what you're talking about is a use value then?
I'm talking about what a property owner had done to improve their property.
Well, but they did it for the purpose of their business, is what you said, didn't you?
Well, there's a motivation to doing it. So yes, it would be for business.
Okay, and what does that have to do with the market value?
Because we're looking at the overall market value of the building here. So what happens is that, when you expand your facility by almost a third, that will increase the value of the subject property.
And in your overhead view of this, I'm just sorry, I don't have the right page number in front of me. Can you show us where the maneuvering areas are for the semi-trailers?
Yeah, I can't, you know what? Based on the pictures here right now, because I haven't done an inspection of this property, I do not know.
Now, this particular company also owns 2 properties adjacent, do they not?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that those 2 properties are also used in the business, perhaps for their shipping needs?
I'm only looking at the real estate value of the building. I don't know different aspects of their shipping needs.
Okay. But if a property hypothetically has buildings next door that assist in their functional business needs, would you not consider that that land is part of that enterprise? And one site has a deficiency, the other site has an excess, and that's how they make it go. Is it then, we're viewing this just by itself. Shouldn't there be some consideration for these obsolescences in space?
Well, not until they're, that's a complicated question, but the properties that you're asking about are on separate title and are separate roll numbers. So maybe that discussion could take place if it gets amalgamated once again. But right now, those are as individual properties.
Okay, now on the same concept of amalgamation, if on page 3, your model, instead of having 3 area premise IDs, only had 1 premise ID, would it come up with a different rent?
See, what we've done here is, so minus the 42,940 square feet, we have that strictly as because it's a separate building here. And at some point, because it's a separate building area, it may or may not have a better finish area. I'm not familiar with the interior of the building here because I've never inspected it. But what I'm guessing here is that, and that's purely speculation on my part, is that the higher rents derive from the higher quality finish.
Well, that wasn't the question. If this is one owner, one operator, you mentioned that one building is separate, but all the other sites, do they operate by themselves? Do you know that?
Well, their income streams are by themselves and they're not incorporated to the subject property.
Well, that's I wasn't asking about their income. I was asking about their operation. Do they operate in?
Well, you know what? You're asking questions with regards to business practices. I'm focusing my presentation on the real estate value. So how they are interconnected with the subject property, I can't answer that.
Okay, but that wasn't the original question.
Well, to me, you're talking about the business operations.
Okay, let's just, Mr. Neufeld, you can ask the question again.
Okay, the original question was, had the model been input with 419,579 square feet under one premise ID, would the rent have changed?
What's the area that you're using?
419,579.
But rental areas are based on quality of finish. And so if the quality of finish of the 42,940 is higher than the rest of the building, that would derive a higher market rent.
Wasn't the question, it was what would the model do with it?
The model,
Yeah, I mean,
the model would make it blended, correct?
and would if the model was fed a gross area of over 400,000 square feet, would the model, do you know what rent the model would generate?
Probably within the $4 range that we have listed.
Are you sure you want to stick with that answer?
Well, if you're saying that the property is now 400, and if the two areas that I have listed here on page 3 are 247,000 and 129,000 square feet, and those rents are 442 and 442, and if we added, you know, the 42,000 just to make it easier to the 130,000, right? So then what we're looking at is we're looking at 172,000 square feet. The rental rates would probably be in that $4 range.
Are these buildings demised for separate occupancy, to your knowledge?
I've never inspected that building, so I can't answer that.
Okay. Moving on to the vacancy rate, what sort of a database does the city have on vacancies in buildings above 400,000 square feet?
Usually for most of them, the vacancy rate is very, very low, but when they do become vacated, then they may be on the marketplace a bit longer.
Right, and then I agree 100%, but the point is that 3% does not vary in your model by size, does it?
Well, no, it does not. It's strictly based on area.
Okay. And same with expenses, correct?
Well, usually with regards to expenses and shortfall, for this type of building, you know, they would probably be much lower than the shortfall rate that you use for this property.
The cap rate. Now, I'm just again curious about the cap rate on how it was derived. Do you know specifically what the changes were on this property from the normal cap rate, or how it occurred?
Well, no, because this is a brand new property it was never listed as a 419,000 square foot property. So I have no data with regards to that.
Right. So, but I'm asking about the model, and you know, I know we all know what the answer is, but I'm just putting it on the record. Do you know, or can you tell us how the model works? How it came up with 7.15? What was the age portion? What was the size portion? The location, ceiling height, that sort of thing. Do you know those details?
Well, like I've stated before, we look at size, we look at age to develop cap rates. We look at market rents to develop cap rates. We look at similar properties that sell. For larger properties, it's hard to develop a cap rate for properties that are like this because of the fact that they hardly go on sale.
Okay, well, but to your knowledge, then I'm not beating this thing to death. You don't know how the model works, then, do you?
I disagree with that statement completely.
Okay, you cannot show us how the model works. How about that statement?
Well, Mr. Neufeld, we've been here since over three hours here right now, and there's an opportunity to discuss models at the municipal board.
Well, you know, thank you for telling me how to prosecute my case here, but I'm asking the question.
Well, now, and I answered the question.
Okay.
I've answered the question from a level from, say, 25,000 feet above there. You know, it's you know, we're not discussing details here. We factor in all the things that I've mentioned with regards to all of our properties. You know, we would, the same thing that we would develop for a cap rate on an 8,000 square foot property are the same parameters that we'd use for a larger building.
The rents you've applied, who is the tenant at 404 Agaze?
404 Agaze. Solid Air.
Solid Air, okay. And that's a 1995 construction?
Yep.
Okay.
18
And-
feet wall height.
And 861 McLeod?
Yes, that's wool and supply manufacturing.
Sorry, what was the name again?
Woodland Supply.
Okay. 5th Street, this is a storage warehouse, correct?
Yep,
31-foot ceiling height.
that's correct.
Was this a sublet?
This is the information that we have provided to us on the mailer.
Okay. Burmack Road.
Vermont Road Manufacturing.
Is this Monarch?
Yep.
And do you have the amount of the tenant inducements on the original
Well,
lease?
because like what happens here is for this property here, it's a range of value because this was a lease back that had taken place. And I just put it here for reference purposes here because the building here is a 1976 built. It has a 14 feet wall height and it's a
lease back with shelter, correct?
yeah.
Okay.
But but overall, it's higher than what we're using for our market rent for the subject property.
Now, as a lease back, has anyone ever calculated the cap rate?
No, but I do believe there was a cap rate used on the sale, but I can't recall.
Okay. 1000 King Edward. Does this building feature refrigeration?
I do not know.
Okay, well, this is the Safeway warehouse, correct?
It was the Safeway warehouse.
Right, okay. 1345 Redwood, I believe that this was the Boeing lease, correct?
That is correct.
And you are aware that the tenant improvements were amortized in the lease? I think you're aware. We've had
I am aware, but the point is I'm not advocating for a $7 rent. My rent is like $4.40.
Well, no, and that's fine. I just want, when we're looking at rents, we know that all of these have some problems, and I just want to make sure the board is aware of them. That's all.
Well, and I've been able to speak to all of your questions that you've had for this.
That's great. That's good. Now, 2475 Day. What is this?
It's a manufacturing plant as well.
Okay, I'm trying to envision it. I thought it was an auto wrecking yard.
It's you know what, you may be right there. It's a Varstel Limited.
Okay. 333 Debates. Is this the government textbook warehouse?
No.
Okay. 1570 Sony. This occurred right after it was redemised from the Sony warehouse. Is this the beer distributors?
Yep, that is correct.
Okay. And you're aware that when that happened, that they spent several $1 million, which was amortized into the long-term lease?
Yes, I am aware.
Oh, okay. Like I said, I'm not questioning these. I just want to make sure that we understand that.
But in all your questions, Mr. Neufeld, and all the rents that we've taken across, our rental rates are $4. So all your questions are not leading to $4 rents here. There wouldn't be a reduction of almost 50%.
It's just to make sure the board hears that there are some difficulties with some rents. That's the goal here, and don't be so defensive. And I'm sorry, I had a few more questions, and it made me lose my place here. Why did they expand the building?
Which building?
The sites, the two sites. Why did they expand?
Mr. Neufeld, you're asking a question about business operations. I know nothing about the business operations.
Well, you put in permits here. So
I put permits here. I don't know the inner workings of the manufacturing process of each place.
Okay, but I'll simplify the question. Was it for market reasons or business reasons?
I'm assuming it was for business reasons.
Okay. Just one last clarification question here. when the city reports wall height, it's an exterior wall height, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so when you list 11 to 31, the interior height would generally be, say in this case, between 8 feet to 28 feet, usually.
well,
to account.
it's usually 2 feet, and I've answered the question that the 11 feet in question is for an office space.
Right, but I'm just clarifying, and but you're saying there's a 2 feet for the trusses, but except if there's a longer clear span, you need bigger trusses, right? So you're going to have less in your clear height, correct? Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
Just one, just to clarify, this is the first time these three entities have been on the same roll. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Mr. Dunjal, do you have any questions?
Actually, that was my question, but that's already been answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have no questions. So Mr. Neufeld, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. There is an error in our calculation, and you can see it. What we were do here is we were looking at the numbers that the assessor had for sections, but we were keeping an eye on the overall rate per square foot. And the math error here is, if you look in our workup, the total addition adds to 236,739. So it never put on the space for the other two portions of the building. So what happens is that the net rent is actually an average of $3.14. That's the math on that, and I will be referring to $3.14 as an overall rate. And the rent would be this is a work we've been doing every time on these larger buildings on page 4. The problem is that buildings of this size are very scarce on the rental market, and we tend to want to we'll have a longer range view of them as well. The assessor made a good point that, you know, when they go on the market, they stay vacant for a long time. My point is that the deals that you do see are so heavily influenced by tenant improvements that they're not real rents. You cannot take into account tenant improvements on the rent, because the money to change the space, the beer distributor who rented the Sony Place is a great example. They had to go in and demise the building and add I think like 20 loading bays, and that's the problem with them. Now in one of my comparables in page 4, was 1450 Mountain. That building was 430,000 square feet of furniture manufacturing, and it went to from single tenancy to multi-tenancy. So the rent that we had on that was actually the city of Winnipeg rent on one space, but that was provided to them demised. Demising means it's got its walls up, its firewalls, it's got its own toilets and supplies and its own power source. And its own entrances, instead of being one big building. And you'll see that rent was at $5. Not a lot of reliance on that because it was a short-term lease. It was for the city's historical records after they got flooded out at their old site, and it gets extended on a year-by-year basis. But that gives you an idea of the dynamics of the large space market. There were a number of larger spaces that we've ended up taking off our schedule because, you know, time has passed and there hasn't been anything that was clean. We know of another deal that happened on Clarence, but it was so impacted by TIs as to be unreliable. Our goal here is to avoid the TIs. Now, the ones at the bottom are larger. Going up to 175,000. Sherwin Road is probably the best example of large space in Winnipeg. It's Reliance Plastics, and they renegotiate every 2 to 5 years, truly renegotiate. And they hire our firm to represent them. And so it's always going back to market. So the last renewal they had before the reference period came in at $295 a foot. It was extended after that during COVID because no one really wanted to bother looking at it. The one above it is 1821 Wellington, which is the old Eaton's warehouse, and there are actually 3 users in there. Just trying to see if we captured all 3. No, there's a car park and there's a inside rail unloading facility, and I've forgotten the other one. That was 800,000 square feet and parceled off, and the last rent that came out of it was $2. I mentioned Mountain, and then above 680 Mission is another property. It's Carlson Composites, and there are a number of premises on 680 Mission. It's 680, 690, 692, and a variety of rents. This is this one that we're providing. You can see beside it COW means that it came from a City of Winnipeg brief that was filed as evidence. Above that, 11 Plymouth, that's the new Amazon site. So this one was impacted by some work, both required by the owner and by the occupant. And one of the most current rents, and that was for their space, and it says 5 years. It's not. It's a longer term. That's the 5 years until renegotiation, and then they'll be looking at market rather than recouping the tenant improvements. So that was at 6. And then Pandora and Kernahan. These are the furniture warehouses that have gone to market. There's an older one we have. It's in and around the same area. But again, these are deals that we've done, so we know the numbers. And I'm going backwards up because I'm going from the biggest to the smallest, and I'm trying to stick above 100,000 square feet. There's 2 in black there. Those again were provided by the City of Winnipeg, and those are the dates. So this is what the ones that we trust are the ones that are not bolded, and they're market deals that our firm did, so we get to see the deal and make sure they're clean. What we did with this is below is just graph them all out, and there's a line that shows as size goes down, achieved rates as size goes up, achieved rates go down, and there's some anomalies, and we look at the anomalies and try to figure out why did that occur. And as I mentioned, the Amazon one sticks up as an anomaly, but we knew that it was impacted by tenant improvement costs amortized in it, so that we put less weight on that. And with the number of sales here, at least it provides a really good indication. Now, the person who did this did a calculation of hypothetically at 139,000 square feet, the rate would be 326, and that's not the case here. We're 420,000 square feet. But I think that the overall number at that point, this should have been done on a curve, because at some point you're going to flatten out on this. So it supports what we have as an overall rate, which is $3.14, not 556, 314, or 1.315 million as the income. That doesn't change. Vacancy is there's 2 things at play here in vacancy. There's the idea of when you do become empty, you become empty for a long time. 1450 Mountain, which we've quoted, was one of those examples where 6 years of high vacancy as they backfilled it. And because it was a building that was on I think it was like 22 acres or 40 acres maybe, they had a lot of room, and the building was capable of being demised into smaller spaces after some capital. And that's the second thing that comes in, is when you hit the market, you have to, if you want to get good rents, you'll have to demise it into smaller spaces and market it as such. And you have to be in a part of town where people want to rent. So we don't meet any of those marks. We're not in a part of town that people want to rent. It is not demised. And so what we're working with here is a moving image of rents, vacancies, and cap rates, and trying to balance them off. So we have to have one factor that we're putting our weight on of those, not all of them, because that's double dipping. So for example, maybe a $4 rent is achievable, but then the vacancy is going to be higher because you're going to have to put it in the market longer, or the cap rate will be higher because there's going to be a requirement for investment for demising. And they're all in play. So what we looked at doing was focusing on the rent side, because I think it's the clearest, $314 a square foot. And then therefore we can use a market vacancy, which again, same error made, but I'm not fixing that. And the rest of the numbers, we've done the same thing in non-recoverables at 5% and structural reserve at 2%. Now the shortfall is actually a mistake because it's using the wrong square footage. It's not 608 a square foot. It's actually 493 a square foot. And where this is factored by is another mistake. Just correcting the number on my own copy. So in the long run, there's a double mistake. I'm not changing that number. It's actually higher than what it should come in at. So I think overall the NOI is fair at $1,140,000. Capitalization rate, as I mentioned, the opportunity here would be to go for a higher cap rate to account for capital required for demising. Building like this, 400,000 square feet, you're probably looking at $20 to $30 a square foot for that work, which would be, $8 to $12 million. And that pretty much fits the budget that 1450 Mountain had, and the one that 1570 Sony had. Point is, that's hypothetical. And as you heard earlier, we don't do hypothetical. We're doing as is. So we're just looking at a similar rate as before on page 2. The issues in this case are the proximity of the residential, and this is a real problem. Now they are separated by a rail right of way, so that does help them. But I work for a lot of businesses on the Raleigh Gateway Strip, and if we ever get to it, there's a worse one coming up. They have to live with the setbacks to residential. They're too close. The configuration, of course, you see the overhead picture. This is a build as you go. They make heating, ventilation, and equipment. And one of their primary products is space heating and makeup airs. COVID's been good for their business. Really, because everybody needs their HVACs updated for air handling, and that's one of the things they do is they fresh air intake products. So they expand, and they have a campus, and it's just a rambling building. Been through there several times. It's not a good building. It's just pieces there, pieces there. We need another room for this. So let's add it on. There's no continuity here. It wasn't one big building built as it was. Matter of fact, in a case like this, the sum of the parts would be much less than the whole, and we have taken that into account in the rates. And we are not bound by models. Well, I'm trying to replicate the market's thinking here. So this was all built to suit for one user, and I think the level of adaptability is low. Quality and condition, I mean, they're not premium, but they're not bad. The older building is quite inferior, being irregular shaped, and I think there's a little sketch of that on our page 3 of the buildings, and you can see that there's more than just 3 sections. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sections. None of them are separately demisable. But again, having accounted for the value issues in rent, we decided to, like I said, that the cap wasn't going to be, we weren't going to be looking at it to correct the issues. So a big building, and really that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Froelich, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just referencing for you talked about 1450 Mountain. When did they go through that history of long-term vacancy?
I've got that here. I'm just looking it up here. It would be, I think, starting in 2016. Or wait a second. I think 2014, 2015. I don't have it at the tip of my fingers here.
Because in 2016 it was 0, and in 2013 it was 2%. So I just want to clarify that.
No, that's not the.
I'm looking at the mailers here, Mr. Neufeld.
That's not the information your assessor provided at hearing.
Well, I'm basing it on the income and expense mailer.
Your assessor admitted under oath 6 continuous years of vacancy above 20%.
I'm looking at the mailers here right now, so maybe that information is from a different hearing or a different property.
No, it was 1450 Mountain, but you know.
Okay, so what? So you've quoted here a rent on 1450 Mountain of $5. Do you know of what's been the rental rate for these properties now in 2020?
Yeah, no, the rents are there's some good rents in there, but again, my point was that there was some amortization of tenant improvements. For example, Canada Goose had this major contribution to their building systems for their site, and then they took that and amortized it in the rent. So I just don't use rents like that because they don't replicate what a market rent is.
But doesn't the municipal board say that you don't include tenant inducements and commissions with regards to market valuation?
No, first of all, the municipal board is not the market. There have been a variety of rulings, but what they have ruled on is that if you're doing the value of a specific building and you're trying to use a tenant improvement as an expense, it's improper. And I agree with that. It belongs in the non-recoverable category, amortized over a longer term. So the people who are taking those cases in, we're just trying to double dip. They deserved to have that decision written about them. But as far as looking at comparing market rents, remember, if you have one motivated rent because someone gave them a couple $100,000, it's different than another rent where people gave them no money and they moved into the site. And that's what I was getting at. That's what we have to look at.
But that information is not included in the mailers. So how are we able to distinguish that with not having access to all the leases here? Because we base our information on what's been provided by the property.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're telling me about the assessment department's shortcomings, and of course, people don't even want to talk to you. I get it, but you're asking me questions about my evidence, and I don't have those shortcomings. We have that information.
Well, there's a lot of talking. There's not a lot of actual data in your briefs. So,
is there a question there, Mr. Froelich? Like, let's keep our comments
for sure. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to reference. On my rebuttal brief.
Sorry.
On page 13 of my.
Excuse me. We haven't yet. We haven't yet asked questions of Mr. Neufeld.
I apologize.
Thank you.
It's been a long morning.
Yeah.
Mr. Neufeld, are you aware of any leases at 1821 Wellington that are higher than the $2 that you've quoted here.
Oh, yeah, there's several tenants on Wellington. Canadian Border Services has a really high rent, and what it is, it's their headquarters for the airport, and it's mostly office, and it's a smaller space. And so the rents range, but there's three rents that are $2 to $3, and they're the industrial portions of it.
Okay, but you're quoting here leases that are 4 years old. Are you aware of the Bison Transport lease, which is at a similar range at around $5 a square foot?
No, Bison is a gross lease.
Thank
you for reminding me of Bison. Bison is a gross lease, and they also have a very interesting right in that the rail spur goes right into their premises. So they paid for that. They also have the use of the land next door, which is on a separate roll. So for those reasons, we weren't using the Bison lease.
But there are recoverables that are listed on the income and expense mailer for the Bison lease then. So that sort of contradicts what you're saying.
No, I have the information here somewhere, and it would take me a while to find it. I didn't know you were going to ask me about that. Otherwise, I would have been prepared. But the Bison was, as I said, is offsite income and additional things. Not a lot of places in the city where you can drive in a rail car. I'm just probably having it. Huntington Mead.
No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Donjal, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay, and neither do I. So, Mr. Neufeld, do you have rebuttal evidence for this property?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Mr. Froelich, you indicated you do.
Yeah, if we look at page 13 of my brief, I have two rents that are documented here.
Okay, we have to get back there.
Yep, I understand completely.
Mr. Froelich, just to clarify, this is the same rebuttal brief we distributed earlier today?
Yep, and I'm referencing page 13.
Okay, just give us a second.
No worries.
So that's where we're going to your rebuttal?
Yep.
Okay. Everybody have that? Okay,
Yes.
go ahead, Mr. Froelich.
Yep, so on page 4 of Mr. Neufeld's brief, he does have the date correct. So on 11 Plymouth, we have a rental lease area of 113,310. On October 20th, 5 years at $6. On clearly on the income and expense mailer, it says $6.50. Does everyone see that?
Yeah.
And then also the shortfall, while it's a bit smaller building, the shortfall is 267. While Mr. Neufeld provides a shortfall rate of $6.08. So there shouldn't be that much of a gap between shortfall on properties that are similar to each other. And here's the subsequent income and expense mailer on page 14. Then on the Mission rent for 680 Mission, also a larger property. Mr. Neufeld's quoting $3.50 in 2015. But as you can see below on the bottom of page 15, it's $4.15. You know, the area in question is 122,586. Here's a 2020 mailer. And here you can see the shortfall rate of $3.93, not $6.08. And these are comparable type properties. And Mr. Neufeld was right. At one point, this was a multi-tenanted building, but right now it's under one economic unit. So the potential for properties to go back and forth is feasible. That's all I have for rebuttal information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld, do you have questions on the rebuttal?
Yes, I do. When you discussed Plymouth, do you not recall that I said that there were tenant improvements that were amortized in the rent?
We base our information on the income and expense mailers that are provided to us.
They
don't provide us information with regards to
interrupt
amortization and tenant improvements, Mr. Neufeld.
I'm going to interrupt you. That wasn't the question. Did you not hear me say that there were tenant improvements amortized in the rent?
I think in almost all of your comparables, Mr. Neufeld, you've stated that there's almost tenant improvements.
Okay, but you did hear that, didn't you?
You know what? Yes.
Okay, so now isn't rebuttal an opportunity to point out factual errors? There's no factual error there, is there?
There is a factual error because you're presenting a case where the rents are different than what we have in the system.
Sorry, I don't believe.
And you have no evidence to prove what you're stating, Mr. Neufeld. I'm providing concrete evidence. You are not.
Okay. Now you, speaking of your concrete evidence, you said the shortfall in this was much lower. How did you calculate shortfall?
Well, I looked at what they provided here.
What page?
They provided for a shortfall rate, which is similar to what the industry standards are from the Capital Group and the Avitson Young. And most shortfall for industrial are in the $4 range or just under. And yours is significantly higher than that.
Okay, but what page was this? Sorry.
So in my rebuttal information here, so parts of my rebuttal information was discounted on page 5 through 12, where it had stated what the shortfall rates were for industrial properties all across the city of Winnipeg. But on my rebuttal evidence that's on page 12, they're showing the CAM costs at $267.
Okay, that's page 12, you say?
Page 13.
13, okay. CAM costs.
And then on page 15, they're showing the CAM costs.
Okay.
At just at 393.
393. Sorry, what page? What page?
Page 15.
Oh, page 15. Okay, well, I was stuck. Starting with.
Oh, actually, it's 23 cents. It's $1.23 and $2.53.
Plymouth.
So that works out to 376, and our shortfall rate is 385.
Plymouth. You're saying it's
Mission.
I was asking.
And I thought I answered that.
I know, but
I'm actually having a hard time following where you're talking about shortfall rates. Could you please take us to the page and point us to the number?
Okay, so on page 13,
yes,
it shows CAM costs on the lease in the middle portion of the lease where it says the rental rate of $650, and it shows the CAM cost at $267.
That was my question. Thank you. Now, the next follow-up question is does this come from the statement on page 14?
This was a part of the same document.
Okay. Well, where are the utilities?
Where are the utilities? Well, they're showing the operating expenses for recovery, which would probably include the $50,000, the 422
$50,000 in recoveries
for operating expenses.
Operating expenses.
And then there's recoveries for,
and that's for a 100,000 square foot building, so 50 cents a foot.
That's what they have listed here.
No,
Mr. Neufeld, what I'm stating here is the base rent for the subject property is $6.50. The CAM costs, which are a part of the rent, is $2.67.
I'm going to wait here all day till you answer my questions and not talk about something else. I'm asking you if you could identify where the utilities were, and was your answer $50,000?
No, well, the point is they don't have the utilities listed here.
And do you think that's because the tenant pays them himself?
Well, all I know is I'm just reporting on what is shown here on the mailer. So I don't know the financial arrangements that what the tenant does for 11 Plymouth, but they do show rental rates and they do show CAM costs.
There is no evidence here that they incur utility expense. I'm speaking of the landlord, is there?
I am just basing it on what I have in front of me here right now. And you are correct where they're not showing utilities here.
So the number of 267 should be adjusted to include utilities, should it not, when you're using it as a shortfall?
Well, the point is there are recoveries here that are listed here. And so, there's recoverable expenses for insurance. There's recoverable there's a variety of recoverable expenses that are here, and they may include in utilities, they may not.
Same question for page, the last page on mission. Is there anywhere where the utilities are listed?
They just have the total CAM cost listed here, which is the case for most mailers. Most mailers do have these the items listed here below.
And that total is, if I'm not correct, $3.76.
$3.76.
Yes. Now you're contrasting that with the reported number of from my page 1, which I did point out was a mistake. It's a typo. Were you aware that the actual number is $4.48 once the typo is corrected?
Well, yeah. And what's your adjusted value now?
It's the same.
So if it's the same, there's no really changes to it then in the overall value.
No. It's my correction, if you don't recall, was that the area square footage that was used to calculate the rent, the shortfall 608 was based on 236,000 feet. So it was a pure typo. So I'm just wondering, you didn't hear that the number was actually 448.
You know what? That may have been the case here right now. So, because you had mentioned both those errors. So,
okay. All right. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Donjal, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Thank you very much. All right. Okay, we're halfway through our agenda, people. Maybe we can find a way to move it along.
I have a commitment that I have to perform today in the next hour, and I apologize for that. I have a document that I have to send out for a deadline for a filing, and I really hate to inconvenience anybody.
So what is your proposal, Mr. Neufeld?
I'm wondering if the board has any opinions on this as to what they would like, knowing my dilemma.
So when you say you have to send it out within the hour, or you have to send it out, like it's 1 o'clock now, So do you have to send it out sometime after 2? Like I'm
I
trying
have to send it at 2, and I have to prepare the document, and it's about 500 pages that I have to get printed and send off. And since we've been at this a long time, I mean, the option here might be to come back to this after everyone had a meal break, if that's a good idea.
I have briefs due, so I have other commitments.
So you're unable to do that,
I'm unable to
Mr.
do
Froelich?
that, yes.
Okay, can we ask our new recording secretary what we should be doing here?
Would Ayrton be able to present, Mr. Neufeld?
I don't know where he is.
Okay.
If there is another person that is able to present for Mr. Neufeld or on Mr. Neufeld's behalf, we could do an authorization as a viable suggestion for sure.
I only see Bram, and he has a deadline, just like Mr. Froelich has, for a filing submission for today. So that's all I have.
Are you suggesting we meet at 3 o'clock, Mr. Neufeld?
Well, that's one option I had, is to come back at 3.
But realistically, Mr. Neufeld, it's taking us, we have 4 more properties left.
We have 3 more properties left. I mean, are the panel members able to come back at 3? I know it's everybody's desire to deal with the docket today, if possible. Is that a viable option?
I can come back at 3, but I can only do it for about another hour and a half. I already have another meeting that I've moved once because this has gone long, but so I could come back, but I'm not confident we'd get through the rest of the docket.
I'm sorry, why are we coming back till 3? That's 2 hours.
Mr. Neufeld has a commitment that he has to deal with, and Mr. Froelich is advising that he can't come back. Mr. Froelich, what's your time schedule? We're trying to deal with this.
Yeah, well, you know what? I could come back at 3 o'clock.
But can we come back earlier, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, I think so. Like, I think I've got an hour to do this work is what I need, and that would put us to potentially the 2 o'clock or thereabouts.
But
Is everybody, Mr. Froelich?
My concern is that we've done so many properties right now. Like, I don't even think we could probably get it done.
But I think if everybody's motivated, it's certainly possible.
Well, my presentations and my questions have been, I think, at a reasonable pace to get it all done.
No, I'm not suggesting they aren't. I'm just saying if people are motivated, it's possible. Ms. Stevens, if we come back at 2, then how long do you have?
To a maximum of 4:30.
Okay, Mr. Donjal, are you available?
Yep, I can be available at 2 o'clock.
Mr. Froelich, you look pained.
I could come back at 2:30.
At 2:30. Belen, what do you think?
Preference for lunch break is no more than 45 minutes usually.
Yeah, but
I need to eat lunch and I need to work on some briefs as well.
But Mr. Neufeld is trying to get a document out.
Okay, so if we want for 2 o'clock, that works.
Mr. Froelich is saying 2:30.
So I guess the decision is yours.
Mr. Froelich, 2:30 is the earliest you could come back in an hour and a half.
I'll say 2:15 I could come back at.
2:15?
Yep. No, you know what? It's like we've been here all morning. I'm exhausted. I need to eat. I need to stretch my legs, and I need to work on a brief.
Oh,
okay.
I mean, I think we're all exhausted, but
yeah,
just saying.
But we're also trying to accommodate everybody's schedule. We're in the same boat as you. Mr. Froelich, if you're saying 2:30 and Ms.
No, I said 2:15. I said 2:15.
How does 2:15 work for everybody?
Yeah, that's better.
It's fine.
2:15. Okay. Can Belen, is it possible that we can adjourn until 2:15?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so let's adjourn until 2:15.
Are
And
we
if
adjourning
everybody,
or are we recessing?
we're recessing. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
sorry.
wrong word. Thank
I
you.
just want to be sure.
Nope, that's right. We'll recess until 2:15. We have 3 properties left on the docket. Miss Stevens has to be gone by 4:30. So we only really realistically have about an hour and a half to deal with the 3 properties. So if we can't deal with them, let's just get as far as we can. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, 2:15.
Okay, we'll see you at 2:15.
You bet.
We are live.
Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order and thank everybody for being on time. We are going to resume our docket with item number 5, 909 Gateway Avenue or Gateway Road. I understand that there's 2 points that we need to address. The first point being a request to shift the burden of proof as a result of non-compliance and assessment. That's correct, Mr. Froelich? You're on mute right now, Mr. Froelich.
I apologize.
Okay, and that was correct, yes?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, well, why don't you start by introducing the property, and then we will have a discussion on your request for the burden of proof to be reversed.
File number is 22-2345. Roll number is 040072565525. Property is 909 Gateway Road. The assessed value that we'd like to have confirmed is at $1,258,000. Actual year build for this property is 1960. Wall height is 20 feet. Land area is 153,899. Plan area is 16,096. And the land to building ratio is a lot higher than, and we haven't added anything for surplus land, is at 9.56.
Okay, so then if you could start with issue number 1 on the
Yep.
burden of proof, please.
Yep. So the assessor requests that the burden of proof be placed on the applicant for non-cooperation 53-3B of the MAA, and if the reduction is in the assessment is ordered, that would be followed section 54-3.2 of the MAA. On page 2 of my brief, you'll take a look at the fact that we never did receive an income and expense mailer in 2020. We did receive one in 2019. And on the bottom portion of page 2, we're showing the first letter that was sent out to Bartman Concrete at 162 Brant Avenue on April 15th, 2021. Page 3 shows an aspect of the income and expense mailer that was sent out with regards to the COVID supplemental questionnaire. Page 4 is the continuation of that. Page 5 is the blank. There's the picture of the blank mailer that was sent out to the property owner with a due date of May 6, 2021. And you'll notice that the roll number matches and is consistent with regards to what's on the front page of our document. These are blank copies that we have in the system. Subsequently, on June 9th, 2021, we sent out another letter requesting the income and expense mailer for 2020. Same address. Here's the tracking number of LP 578-616-195-CA. Did someone have a question or? And so it just shows the letter that was sent out on this day with the tracking number. And then subsequently, the same information that we've had before with regards to the information, with regards to the tenant information for the roll number and the bottom. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we got no signatures for this property. And the property owner, prior to 2020 and 2021, they have been consistent in filing the income and expense mailers. They did miss 2018, but we were asking for deferral because we never got the 2020 mailer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. So I'm just reading page 8. So when it says accepted, that means you had a response?
Yeah.
Okay. So 19, 17, 16, 15. So this is where you're saying 18 and 20. Why is there no sent for 20 here?
No, this information only sent for 20 only comes when we receive it. So what ends up happening is when it's sent to us, when the mailer sent to us, that's the first copy. And then when it's accepted is when we've put it into our database.
Oh, okay, so you take it then that the where it's marked sent, that means you've received it to your system, and then accepted means you put it into the database.
That is correct.
Okay, now, you have no signature or proof of delivery, do you?
No, we do not.
Just to be clear that this is an owner occupied property?
That's my understanding.
Well, you've got the other mailers, right? They indicate it's owner occupied, correct? And nothing has changed in the ownership. It's still Barkman Concrete. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
Just a clarification, you said there was no signature due to COVID. What did you mean by that?
Well, what we've been told through Canada Post through the mailer process, sometimes we've been able to get signatures, sometimes we haven't been able to get signatures. So they've provided us some documentation saying that they have confirmed that it was sent. But so when they went there, when they went to drop it off, there was no signatures that were signed by someone representing the business.
So do you have any proof from Canada Post that says that they actually delivered?
Yeah, we do. What we do have proof that it was delivered, but unfortunately, because of COVID, that's all they provided us.
So sorry. So what did they provide you though?
They provided us just some documentation that says that it was delivered.
But you don't have that in your brief here.
You know what? And for some strange reason, I don't know why it's not here. Let's just double check here. I don't know why. Yeah. I do not have it here.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Donjol?
No, I don't have no questions.
Yeah, that was my question too. So Canada Post gives you a document saying it was delivered. You don't have it.
Yeah.
And this chart, is this something that the city, is this a printout from the city?
This is the history of
city
income.
is-
It's a history of the income and expense mailers that we receive from the client, from the property owner.
Okay. What does accepted means what?
Accepted means is that we've entered the information from the property owner into our database.
What does sent mean?
That we received it from the property owner.
Okay, so you don't have a sent or received, inputted sort of thing, right?
No, it's strictly with regards to when we receive it from the property owner, and then when the information is accepted into the database.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, I've sent the secretary a case to enter in as a response.
Yeah, that's in the panel's agenda now.
Okay, and I didn't send it to the assessor because
I'm sending that right now too.
Okay, because yeah, I imagine that's the right process. Okay, while you're waiting for it to download, just one preliminary issue is that I don't think that this is an appropriate issue for assessors and appraisers to be debating law. I don't do it, but Mr. Mercury walked me through this and suggested that I do it. So I don't normally like to do this. It's outside of our qualifications. I mean, I understand it, the issue very well, as you can see from the order. And I don't know if anybody has it yet.
Yeah, I have it.
Well, this is an order from 2017, and it was the city of Brandon, and our client was the city of Brandon was requesting the penalty, and they never approved delivery. And I think the last paragraph or two provides the outline. In the board's opinion, the assessor's evidence does not prove that the request for information was made or that it found its way to the owner or former owner. And this decision has been fairly constant through case law, both at the Board of Revision and the Municipal Board, that proof of delivery is required as probably the key issue on these, and the assessors failed to do it. That's that.
Mr. Froelich?
I've clearly stated here that the property owner has been compliant in the past. Circumstances have been different because of COVID, and I'm letting it to the board to decide how we proceed moving forward.
Thank you. So you have no questions for Mr. Neufeld?
I have no questions for Mr. Neufeld.
Ms. Stevens?
I have no questions.
Mr. Donjon?
I have no questions either.
Okay, thank you. We will take a recess to discuss this in camera and be back in a few minutes.
We are live.
Thank you very much for your patience. Call the meeting back to order. The panel has deliberated the issue of non-compliance and the burden of proof. We have not found that there is evidence to support a request for a reverse onus, so therefore the onus will remain with the assessor. Mr. Froelich, when you're ready, you can begin your presentation on assessed value, please.
Sure thing. So starting on page 9 of my brief, We have the leasable area of 16,096. We have a rental rate of $5.73. We use the 3% vacancy loss to come up with expenses of $3, shortfall at $385 to come up with a net operating income of $84,920. We use the 6.85% cap rate to come up with a value of $1,240,000. Comparables in the area range from range in sizes from 6,888 to 20,000 square feet. Wall heights range from 19 to 26. Effective year age built is from 67 to 2013. And the range of rents we have are from 641 to 1181. The subject property has a rental rate of 573, which is reflective of the age and the condition of the subject property. Cap rates are on page 11. I've never inspected this property, but on the top of page 13 shows a picture from the front from Google Maps. The location's on the bottom part of page 13, where it's located at between Kimberley and McLeod on Gateway. And the property on page 14 is seen as below. That concludes my final presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. So while you were presenting, you said, I thought you said as a rental rate of $375, or did I hear that wrong?
573.
573. I think you got your numbers reversed when you were.
No, that happens sometimes.
Yeah, no, okay. I just wanted to clarify it for the record. So, and you have not been to this site?
No, I've driven by it though.
Okay, and you're aware what goes on this site?
It's I don't know exactly, but I'm sure you could tell us.
Well, just from the pictures, you see there's silos and there's concrete products about. So you're not familiar then? That's fine. Okay. On your overhead pictures, what are the surrounding land uses?
It's residential mostly.
Okay. Now, when you are doing your site influences, does the residential on your model, does the residential proximity come into effect on any of the factors in your model?
I'm not able to answer that at this time. I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
Yeah, the properties on Gateway Road are such a mixed bag because they're just outliers, because you have some random industrial surrounded by residential, which is consistent with the other properties that we've dealt with today.
Yeah, no, I understand. Now you've got it listed as M1. I'm just wondering, for some reason I have M2. Are you, and I'm not certain, so I'm not asking this in any way whatsoever. Are you fairly certain that it's M1?
Well, that's the information that I have both on my brief and on the map that we have for this property.
Okay, that's fine, and we could be mistaken. Now, did you check the use tables to determine whether or not what they do is permissible? And since you don't know what they do, I guess maybe that answer is easy.
Well, the point is, I'm sure this property's grandfather claused into its current use.
Yeah, well, and that's okay, that's fine.
It's currently zoned as M1. So if someone wanted to tear it down and put apartment block there, they would have to go through the application process, because there's a lot of times, a lot of commercial buildings that have been torn down to build apartment blocks, and
Yeah.
and just to the north of the subject property, potentially the highest and best use could be, another option.
So now, does the factor of it potentially being a legal non-conforming use come into your model?
No, it does not.
Okay, so but earlier you were talking about a building I think it was on Burnett, where the alternate use, it could go back to industrial, and therefore you
Well,
thought
but
there was
the
some
point
value.
is, but the point is that property there is surrounded by other industrial properties here. Like, so to the north, to the north, we have residential.
Right.
And to the south, the south, is Bartman Concrete as well, right?
Okay, yeah.
And then subsequently on 875, there's Gateway Cabinets. So it's, there's some random industrial for all these properties. Like, because when these properties were built in the 1960s, there was no other housing development there.
But what I'm asking is, the background is that a capitalization rate is a measure of risk as well. So if there's a consideration for alternate use, would there be some issues because of the M1 zoning compared to what it's currently doing?
See, yeah. See, what's interesting is when we talk about, uses and whatnot and other potential uses for this property, so sorry, do you want to answer your question again, Mr. Neufeld? I apologize.
Oh, no, I'm like, earlier there was a discussion that it's likely a legal non-conforming use, or as you call it, grandfathered. And so my question was, when that's the case, shouldn't there be an impact on the capitalization rate, because the future use would not be to return to what it is?
But then you'd have to go through the 4 studies here to see what is the highest and best use for the subject property.
Certainly, but again, the question is simple. It's like uncertainty on a cap rate is a bad thing, right?
But opportunity is a good thing, and maybe the highest and best use would provide another opportunity for this parcel of land.
Well, I'm wondering if you're not thinking about post-reference potential uses rather than what.
You know what? We always look at potential uses for properties, and so, Mr. Neufeld, like, I understand that you want to get your point across. It's just currently we have it assessed as manufacturing warehouse. It's a concrete, it's a concrete plant. There's lots of different potentials for properties to be used here, right? It's just like on the Burnett property that you're referencing, you're trying to make an argument that was strictly retail and only retail. But the point is, we were looking at other potential uses for that property. So, that 5,000 square feet of property could have been used for something else as well. Like, it's.
Okay, I think we have the answer on that. Thanks.
Okay, now,
Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, I'm carrying on, going to somewhere else. In regard to the model as well, does it take into account environmental concerns?
Environmental concerns?
Yes.
I'm not aware of any environmental concerns with this property at this time.
Okay, you've got an original date of 1960. Do you know if the operation has been in place since 1960?
I do not know anything about the history of this property.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Donjal?
I'm good as well.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, when you're ready with your presentation.
Thank you. The facility is Bartman Concrete. They make precast cement blocks, the type that people use.
You know what? I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Neufeld, just before you get going, I do have a question. My apologies. I just noticed, Mr. Froelich, and just Mr. Neufeld should know this before we proceed. On your income valuation, you've got the value at $1,240,000, and I just noticed that on your front page, the value is different, $1,258,000. So I just thought maybe we should clear that up before we move on.
Yeah.
Just bear with me here for 1 sec here. what I'm guessing here is that quickly, without researching, the 1,258,000 is based on the land value, and the income approach is 1,240,000. But I could spend more time doing some research on this if you wish.
But you
I
don't
think
have land value listed here?
No, so what happened is that it defaulted to the land value of 1,258,000. And so, but the income approach to value is 1,240,000.
Okay, so, but which one are you going to defend?
Well, I'm defending, well, you know, I'm defending the income approach to value, which is 1,240,000.
1,240,000,
Which
okay.
is what my comparables are.
Just wanted to clarify which number we're using. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stevens, for picking that up. Mr. Neufeld, go ahead then.
Thank you. So Barkman make precast products, and in the pictures you can see all the products lying in the yard, and including the fence that was made around the yard. The building itself contains a couple of silos with the Portland in it and the aggregate. They mix it and pour it on site. I have inspected this, and I guess the inside pictures never made our cut, but it's a very, very dusty building, and they're going year-round pouring their concrete blocks. Now it's located, I think, yeah, we might have been mistaken on M2. It's M1, adjacent to a residential area. Now the residential area came in. It was developed much later than the cement plant was. As a result, the way our laws work is that, you know, it's first in, first rights are preserved. So as long as Barkman Concrete operates this as a cement plant, it is a legal use. But if you look on my page, you got it right here, page 13. The uses for M1 are shown, and for example, heavy manufacturing is not permitted. This would classify as heavy manufacturing because they're casting in place, and a lot of uses are not permitted in M1. It's a more what do I call it, a cleaner zone. Then M3 would be likely where it would have to go today. But again, they were there first, and you can't zone someone out of existence. But this all goes back to the concept of value, because value, clearly, as we've discussed, you have to consider the current use and alternate use to determine value. And the alternate use on this is negligible. Now, the assessor says, well, maybe 3.5 acres, you could do something on it. It's been in place for 62 years. I think I am not an expert. I am trained to observe issues and hire experts. There's a very strong likelihood that there are environmental issues here. And so we're it would definitely be required to do a phase 2, which is drilling sorry, I didn't turn my phone off, and I don't know how to. It would require a phase 2, and I think the uncertainty is too great. What's been used in I grew up when I was a kid. I lived next door to the Barkman plant in Steinbach, and so we sold them a chemical called Barsol. Barsol is a petroleum distillate that they used in their forms to coat them so that the concrete slid out. Now that product's been discontinued for use, and more friendly vegetable-based solutions are now used. But obviously, there's a very good chance that it will be in the soil. And I only say these things more anecdotally and observationally, I am not qualified in environmental issues. I do have a fairly good cursory knowledge, and and site-specific knowledge. So there is a great concern that we'd have to deal with that problem as well. What that does is just puts downward pressure on the land, because then you're going to have testing and you're going to have cleanup requirements. And as a result, you're going to account for risk. And when you account for risk, you're figuring out what it could cost you, and then you're putting in an uncertainty factor. So it's just it really devalues the sites. And now, as this as we're dealing with this today, we're taking the view that it's being assessed for its current use and its current zoning and the approved uses that it has, which is what's called a legal non-conforming use. The downward pressures from all that would indicate a lower rental rate. Now, the party that made this up has never been in the building. I have been in many parts of the building are grain elevator quality. Major parts are unheated. It's a shack. I think the person who did this, if you can see how they calculated it, on page 3, they just took a rent table and plugged in the formula and said, well, on average, it should be $5.16 a square foot when compared to the rents in the table. It really should be about a few dollars a foot on the income basis. But I'm not changing it. It's incorrect. The vacancy, same thing as we did before, and same with recoverables and non-recoverables and structural reserve. And the shortfall calculation, again, is based on what the taxes are. And now the reason that the taxes are a bit higher in this site is that it's generally been hit for the land value on the site, not the building value. Then as far as the cap rate is concerned, and this is where I'm having more major problems with this, I should probably explain to you what my job is. I'm an appraiser by trade. I didn't prepare this report. So I'm not responsible for the content, but I'm doing what's called a consulting report, which means I take somebody else's report and I present it. And then in that case, I'm allowed to provide my own input on it. It's rules we live with in our trade. So when I say something, that's where I'm coming from. So the issues, of course, is the proximity to a residential area. Even with an M1 use, the likelihood of getting any sort of zoning approval is diminished, because when you look at the overhead pictures and you see the proximity of the residents, they're the ones who get to cast the votes in opposition to the project. The ones who are immediately adjacent have the greatest vote on this, and as well, they live there, so they're the people who elected the councillor. So that was a factor on redevelopment that would be a negative as well. The design and layout and quality are all, I mean, for quality, I would probably put 0 myself, not a 2. It's just a shack. And I personally would probably cap this in the 9 to 10% range, because it's not an industrial building. It's a garage, a grain elevator, and if you note, when I said to you about heating, if you look at the buildings and from the pictures and see how many chimneys there are. Now there's the long building, it has 2 chimneys in it, and I'm looking on page 2. The other building does not. But what happens is that the process of casting generates heat and keeps the building warm, but it's not designed for it. So it's a very poor scale building. However, I mean, I did not do this, but I'm far more critical on this than the office staff who prepared this. But that is the number we're presenting, 963,000. My personal opinion would probably be, I would look at land and look at the cleanup costs and the risk level for contamination before coming up with a number. And it would be lower, but this is the evidence we presented, and that's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Froelich, do you have any questions?
Mr. Neufeld, so how many times have you been in this building?
2 or 3.
Okay. And you have no pictures to show us the quality of the finish?
I do. They weren't placed in this.
Okay.
This
So,
way.
so they could be as you're saying it, or they could be nicer. Could they not be?
They're not nicer. I know I can't at this late point provide this because that they don't constitute rebuttal. But I could certainly forward you the pictures personally after the hearing.
My next question is this property currently on the contamination list with the province?
No, it's not on the current list.
Okay. So, and do you have any documentation to support in your brief that it's a contaminated site?
I didn't say it was a contaminated site.
You said the likelihood. So you
Yes.
made the inference that it was, but you don't have any documentation to prove that.
From experience, I know it will be forced to go through a phase 2. From experience, I know the chemicals that they've used in the cement industry. I can't offer, a qualified opinion here. I can only say that what is superficially observable would lead to an impact on the offering price.
Okay. And last question I have is with your shortfall. How come for industrial properties, the professionals in the marketplace, other tax agents, they use a shortfall where it's closer to our use, yet you're consistently much higher than the shortfall used by everyone else. So why is your opinion so different than everyone else's?
Well, because you're comparing me to other people in the industry. That's like comparing assessments. I'm the only one who works at a brokerage firm that has a property management firm just outside my door with a team of professionals who do this work. And I have access to these numbers and the real costs. You need data to be able to make a professional.
Yeah, but you haven't provided that data in your briefs, though.
Page 33 and 34.
Yeah. But when it comes to data, it can be subjective, right? Because like when you speak about this, Mr. Neufeld, like before we look at page 33 and 34, on page 31, you have potentials investment sales researched. So you have a quarter of a page with sales for all office and properties, yet we're dealing with industrial properties. I don't understand the reasoning of what's this in here.
No, that's not relevant to this particular property.
But it's in your brief. It's just like all the zoning information.
Mr. Froelich, let Mr. Neufeld answer, please.
Yep, thank you.
No, I would just ask you to disregard it. I mean, I gotta say that we're sometimes a bit lazy and we don't pull out things that don't belong. And for example, on page 18, there's a description of multifamily. It's a busy time preparing briefs, and sometimes we just leave a lot of the stuff in. It's better to leave extras in than take out stuff you need.
Okay. And on page 33 on your brief, what percentage of the properties here are industrial?
Page, let me just get there. Maybe real quick count, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, sort of 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Can you tell us which ones they are?
17, 18, 19, can't do two things at once. 20. 22. There's about 20, 22 somewhere about
So you're
there.
telling me that about half of these are industrial properties?
No, that's probably like a quarter or less than a quarter.
Okay, but you said, didn't you say 25?
Yeah, there's 2 pages, 22 about, just a real quick count. And there's 2 pages, and there's about 20, 10, 20, maybe 40 a page.
Okay, fair enough. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Neufeld, so I know you've indicated that the photographs aren't here, but can you describe to me I know you said somewhat, are there offices in these buildings at all? Are they strictly for the production of the cement? What's actually going on in there?
Yeah, this one is pure production. They own a property next door that's an office showroom.
Okay, so this is strictly their production facility.
Right.
Okay. All right. That's what I was interested in. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Donjal?
One question in reference to the manufacturing that's going on at that location. Do they have flat bed heaters at all in this location?
Sorry, what type of?
Flatbeds. Basically, it's a flatbed that has a heater in it, and they usually pour concrete on top of it to make a mold.
Oh,
Usually controlled by boiler system. That's usually a little bit further away from the building.
yeah, okay.
It's usually underground.
I saw them in their Steinbach location. That's I have to find my picture. I can find it. I have to look in a couple of old files here. I know that they're used in there. Yeah, I've like in Steinbach, they have it's almost like a conveyor system over the heater as they pour it.
Right.
Yeah, in Gateway, I remember there was a round turntable, and I don't know if that had the heater built into it. But there's a boiler in there, so it sounds like you're.
Have to have it.
Yeah, you sound like you're more familiar with this than I am. That's a good chance.
Probably 99.9%. I think that there is a boiler system with a flatbed heating system
Right.
there.
Yeah, because
concrete.
Yeah, because they need to speed up the curing and not
Exactly.
and get another form in there. Yeah.
Okay, that kind of answered my questions. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I have no questions. So we will move on to item number 6, 450 Days Hotel.
File number is 22301. Roll number 06061010000. Value that we have for this property is $4,531,000. 10 buildings. There's some of them are 1 to 2 stories. Original built was between 1925 and 1997. Wall height is between 13 to 34 feet. We have a land area of 458,698, and we have a leasable area of 160,489. We're asking that the value be confirmed. This is one of those properties where we dealt with it in case management, but we've never actually done an inspection of this property. It does have a long history of appeals. Property owner is compliant with regards to filling out the income and expense mailer. There was a sale for this property of $4,830,000. And at the bottom of page 2, it does show a picture of this property. What we have here is we have a leasable area on the next page, on page 3, of 160,489 square feet. using a blended rate of $3 for the entire building, using a 4% vacancy, 3% expenses, shortfall at 385, to come up with a net operating income of 423,627. Using a cap rate of 9.35 to be reflective of the age of the building and the size, we come up with a value of $4,531,000. What we have here is like you have a series of rents that are similar to the ones that we've talked to in the past. The rents range from $381 to $695. We're using $3. That's more reflective of the property, but this is just an example of some of the rents of some of the leasable space that we have here. The leasable areas range from 101,000 to 228,000. The cap rate information is provided below. On page 7, where the red dot is, it's very close to the Seine River in St. Boniface. So it's just south of Taché, but it's north of Marion, and it's right beside the Seine River. The bottom of page 7 shows an overview shot of the picture. Property owner has been compliant with regards to income expense mailers, and the property is owner occupied. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions?
Yes. Have you ever had the chance to inspect? I missed that.
I stated on the front page of my brief that inspection is required for this property.
Yes, you haven't been in it then?
No.
Okay. And I'm just curious about a couple things here. You're stating on the original age, 1925. Have you ever seen the field sheets, the first field sheets?
I've come across them in the past. Yes, I have.
Oh, I have a copy of them, and I'm just wondering if you were aware that the original field sheets show an original date of, I'm just going to it here, 1906.
That could be the case, but I don't really know what else to say.
Okay.
It's not in your brief, so I can't deny or
it's your assessment department information. That's why I thought it was fair to ask you if you had it.
Yeah, well, you know what, Mr. Neufeld, I can see what I come across here.
Yeah, okay. Okay, just getting back to it. So there's been no adjustment then for effective year on this property. It's as it was as it's laid out. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that the effective year for this property, I would have to quickly double check. I'm just going through the field forms that you're talking about to see something that's showing me 1906, and I do not. So
Okay.
Just bear with me here for 1 sec.
I think it's been archived. I don't see them anymore.
Yeah, so yeah, and if it's not in your brief, I can't, you know what I mean? Like I know what some of the older ones have. I'm looking at one from 1973 right now.
Okay, well that's fine. It was, to me, I was just a bit more curious about it, why you didn't have the I guess the old field sheets. These are ones where they sent an assessor out and he actually drew on them and made his notes by hand.
Well, you know, and I do have documentation of that, but my documentation showing it's 73 pages long, Mr. Neufeld.
Yeah,
so I have here on file. So I can't go through 73 pages and answer questions.
Okay, that's fine.
But
We
in
can-
fairness
we
to
can-
Mr.
I think we can move on from age.
Okay. On your picture on page 7, you've got the red dot on the subject site. Now, what is that lane or whatever you want to call it immediately south of it?
Well, I guess what it seems there, based what I'm looking at here, it's yet there seems to be, well, that's a continuation of the street. It goes all the way across.
I'm just wondering, so you can't see it on your picture that's a railway line?
There's a railway line partially, because, yeah, so it's southwest of it, yeah. So there's a there's parking in the rail line.
Right now, and you're aware that rail line is active, or
Okay.
are you aware, I should say?
You know what? This is not part of the Winnipeg that I've never inspected. I've never seen a train go down there, but I don't go down Deschamps.
Okay. Did you do any investigation in your files about the frontage on the Seine River?
No, I did not.
And again, I'm going to ask the same question on the earlier ones. Now, this property is on the environmental database. So does your model account for that factor?
The model, I would have to double check the land here, but my guess is that if I look at the land influences, we have Seine River, we have rail line, and we have school.
Okay. So, a matter of fact, I have the registration number. It's number 89. It's really early on. So you don't, to your knowledge, then that hasn't been taken into account in the model.
No, because what we're looking at here is we're not looking at the land value. We're looking at the building value and what the building consists of, right?
Right.
So the building consists of a building which is 160,489 square feet. You know, that's the predominant use of the building. You know, everything makes for good questions that delay the process, but they doesn't lead to the valuation of the property.
Okay. The rents, these are the same rents that you had in your previous one for Gateway, correct?
Raleigh.
Raleigh, I'm sorry, Raleigh, yes.
Yep.
And it's fair to say that all of these are a great deal newer.
Are what? What are they?
A great deal newer.
Oh yeah, unequivocally. That's why we're using $3.
Okay. And is this vacancy from the model at 4%?
Yeah, for St. Boniface, yeah.
Okay. And cap rate from the model as well?
Yeah.
And would that be an age influence or?
Oh, age and size, like 9.35. Like, you know, the effective age for this building is 1964, which Linda was asking earlier on with regards to cap rates, if there's like cutoff areas, right? And so cap rates will change based on the age of the building.
Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
Well, just to follow up on Mr. Neufeld's last question, so there was no override on the cap rate on this?
So this was a model generated cap rate.
Because it's wildly different than anything else that's been presented today, and there's been some older buildings here.
Yeah, well, when I'm looking at this here right now, yeah, it's like the value for this is at the lowest possible way that we could have this, right? So when we're looking at our cap rate study here, like this is clearly an outlier, right? There's not as many buildings that are as old of this, you know, that are functional.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
Like when we look at the Raleigh property here, right? We looked at the Raleigh property, and you have 130,000 square feet.
Oh yeah, I'm not disputing. I don't need you to defend the number. I was just wondering if, you know, it just seemed like such. It's wildly higher than any of the others we've seen today, and there's been some properties in the 1960 range of effective age. So I know actual age there's been nothing this old, but so I just wanted to confirm there'd been no override on this.
No, but the difference with the one that was in the 1960s, only a part of that building was built in the 1960s, right?
Yeah,
Over one third of that
this is a lot higher. That's all.
Well, yeah, but the point is that there's a big difference in cap rates when you're looking at something built in 1964 and something with an effective age of 1988. And I do believe that the cap rate that we had for Raleigh was 7.35. So those two difference in points would be representative in 2 decades approximately.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Mr. Dongel, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Mr. Neufeld, we've lost your video. And you can proceed with your presentation.
Okay, I came back.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just reading something from the old days. As a way of introduction, I've worked with the property for 19 years. It was one of my first jobs going into appraisal, to go out with Patrick Hamilton at the time and did the appraisal on the building. And I've been in numerous times. I've acted for them on different projects, including when they had this transaction that the assessors discussed or brought forward. And just so you are aware, this was not a sale. This was a internal transfer. They have 2 ownership companies, and they moved it. It went from Weststeel to Ag Growth, and Weststeel was an affiliate or a branch of Ag Growth. So it's not a sale. The site has been there since 1906, and I should have prepared this myself because I have so many great memories of this. The building's actually comprised of 18 different sections. The first section was built in 1906. The basement has square poured cement columns that are set 8 feet apart. And that's how you know how old it is, because that was a style where they over-engineered the concrete because they didn't have modern steel concepts worked out yet, or cement steel. Cement covered steel. It's a great, interesting building, and that was an original section. And then they, because it had good strength in 1925, they built an upper level on it, and then they expanded outwards. The bulk of the building would be from. I'm just going to give you this real quick list here of. I don't want to bore you to death, and I know time has been rough. The 1961, 71, 55, 54, 77, 58, 56, 70, 64, 70, 67, 76. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so stupid. I'm reading the wrong list. I was reading my comps. Okay, sorry. Well, one of the ways of knowing its age is on the inside is it has the old style windows at the top, which was a pre-war or post-war World War II. So I'm just trying to get my table to see what the bulk of the building is. Okay, I've got it here. The major part of the building is from the late 50s. And the second major part is from 1925. That's when the bulk of it was made. And they had a large addition in 1989, but that was only 20,000 feet. So the bulk of it is that 1950s era. The building has several environmental issues. They're quite interesting. In addition, first of all, I've listed here 89, number 89. That is the asbestos in the building, and the asbestos is used in the process. It's for heat shielding, and it's a legal use. There's nothing wrong with it. Most companies that do welding have to have asbestos panels, and the issue there is to keep them from being from fraying. The building is stamped everywhere on the inside, asbestos, asbestos, asbestos. So that's number one. Number two is there is another registration, and that I've listed on page 5, and that's 20010, and that's for underground tanks. The underground tanks I researched myself with Randy Weber of Environment, and there's testing involved, and yes, the ground does contain hydrocarbons. The third environmental issue is really strange because they don't allow this anymore, but when you look at the picture, the overhead pictures, the Seine River is remarkably straight here. In 1910 approximately, they straightened the Seine for the property, and then over the next 20 years, they put a lot of cement, whatever you want to call them, ballasts or posts in the ground to maintain that shape. The assessor's records actually show the original waterway with the converted waterway. So of course they don't allow that today, but the ground around the Seine is impacted with cement to hold it in place. And this is a matter of the public record. If one goes down to Manitoba Conservation, you'll see it. What we're dealing with is a major cleanup problem on it. And the railway I pointed out cuts the land off from the rest of Winnipeg. It completely severs it along the Seine. So you have to cross the rail, and it's uncontrolled. The line is in use. I've probably been to the site 10, 12 times, and I've seen the trains about 2 or 3 times going through. The other with that problem, of course, is that the subject property is below grade because the rail track sets the grade, and the rest of the land to the south is at that grade, but they are about 10 feet below grade. So they have to employ a pump house to lift a lift station to lift their water, their wastewater up to the level. That's a cost that they bear themselves, that the city normally looks after. Their own rail spur was decommissioned, and they moved to trucking about 20 years ago for their product. What they make there are steel tanks, grain bins, and fuel tanks for trucks on site. And their current business is taking these steel bins and sending them off in kits and containers that get hauled away. Where this gives them a problem in their neighborhood is that they're going down residential roads. So because they've been there since 1906, they are allowed to do it. But if this site ever went out of production, that would be gone. This would be complete. After 1 year of vacancy, you lose all your legal non-conforming rights. And if you drive down the street, there are signs on Deschambault and Des Hotels saying trucks go this way. The residents, of course, are not too pleased, but Westfield was there first, and that's the way things work. We looked at several options for relocating at one time, and the real problem is that we could not find a single buyer interested in the land because of those issues. It might make a nice site for multifamily, but the cleanup costs were incredibly high. I'm sorry if my story is boring, but I find this building just fascinating. That we have buildings like this. Page 2, you can see where the rail spur comes down, and it's not a very good picture of the elevation changes. What you're looking at is the corner of the building that was the core of the 1906 is inside this, and then it was clad, it was covered around in later years. What we did was to look at it for rent. We put a number of 263, and this was again just our little graph, 160,000 square feet. This is where it should fall out on a mathematical basis. I think that's that's how it was derived. Whether I agree with it or not, that's what was put in. And a vacancy of 6%. which is the St. Boniface rate averaged with the citywide rate. So it's a normalized rate. Again, non-recoverables and structural reserve. The shortfall was calculated or estimated, and I'm just wanted to look at this here. Oh yeah, you'll see what we did in the shortfall, and this is due to familiarity with the site. The taxes are low, utilities normal, but it's the repair and maintenance that are huge because we're dealing with ongoing needs of a very old building. And I have seen I work with them on their operating costs, and they are that high just to maintain the building. And this is then all capped at 9.75%, which is purely theoretical because buildings like this will not sell for their investment value. This would be a sale of someone wanting to take a chance on the land. I think that after demolition, he might have a nice site and a risk on the land. But since we're doing the income approach, this is the only thing we have. And the 975 is, I know it's what the assessor had as well, or close to what he had. It's when I first appraised it, and all the times I've appraised it, we did do it by direct comparison approach and just looked at other loft warehouse buildings in similar conditions. So this number works out to approximately $20 a square foot. And you'll see that that's a mean of old buildings like this. They go from 10 to 30. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Froelich, do you have any questions? Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Froelich.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So, did I hear you correctly, Mr. Neufeld? You said half the building was built in the 1950s?
Let me get back to my bumbling stage here. Okay, and this was before, I'm working on 159, okay, 160,000 feet, sure. So of the 160,000, we have 25,000 in 1906, 12,000 in 1925, 27, and then 2,700, and then in the 50s.
Okay.
We had,
I think, Mr. Neufeld, I misheard you. I think I misheard you in what you had stated here. Okay, you know, and
yeah, it's all over the board. It's you know, maybe 25% in the 20s and 5% in the 50s.
Because what I did here, roughly speaking, is the first building that we have in 25 was 12,000, and then after the 12,000, the next significant portion was built in 57 and 56, which is another 33,000.
No, and see, the error on this is that the 12,000 was built in 1925. What it was an addition, an upper level, second floor and third floor addition to the existing 1906 first floor and basement.
Okay. So, okay, yeah, because it's not in your brief, so I can't sort of verify it. Okay. My question for you is, what was the value of this property last cycle?
I'm not entirely sure. I know that there was some case management on it. And Ayrton's standing right there, but he's not sworn in. I could ask him.
Well, it's on your brief.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was before a settlement, Des Hotels.
No, that was a board decision from 2020.
What's the question? You can't just
value. What did you resolve?
What was the value?
You're not sworn in. I can't ask you.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I mean, kid's telling me off, and I if he wants to tell me off, he's got to swear in. I have 3.6 million after the appeal.
Okay, and that was a board of revision appeal.
Yeah.
Okay, and then in 2018 there was case management done, and do you know what the value was in 2018?
I don't have it right in front of me, and if you got it, you're
Yeah, it's
paying.
3,368,000.
And that was after case management.
That was
Okay.
after case management, correct? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so now you're asking for less than what you had settled for in 2018.
Yeah,
So
it doesn't go up in value when it's a building like this. It only goes one way.
Yeah, but with all the money that's been spent on Shortfall with regards to the maintenance work that you're asking for, it seems to me that this building should probably be in pretty good shape.
You know, spending $40,000 a year on a building that is 160,000 feet and old and dilapidated is, as they say, pouring a certain liquid in the ocean. It doesn't make a bit of difference. It's just getting older.
No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunjall?
I do not.
Okay, I don't either, but Mr. Froelich, I have to redirect a question to you. You were asking Mr. Neufeld about the 2020 value of 3.6 million,
Yep.
which was reduced on appeal.
Yep.
The 2018 case management of 3,368,000,
That's correct.
but you've assessed it at 4,531,000. So while we have 2018 and 2020 that are reasonably consistent, you've gone up significantly from that. So I guess my question to you is, why would that be?
You know what? Because sometimes with a property such as this, we didn't get a chance to review it in 2023. It just went from the model increase from where it was. So the model increase in 2020 was 4,485,000. And now, because it's an older building, it only went up a little bit in value. So it only went up not even $100,000. And so what ended up happening is if it doesn't come across during our review process, then we wouldn't have gotten the chance to look at it. But even right now, as we look at it right now, it's at the lowest possible value in terms of the economic indicators that we have for it. You know, how we adjust the metal.
Did the city participate in the 2018 case management value?
Yeah, I was the one who participated in the case management value for 2018, but this property never got reviewed in 2023.
Okay.
So I was the one who dealt with it in 2016. I was the one who dealt with it in 2018. 2020, it wasn't appealed at the municipal board. And with regards to our process of the work that we do at the start of the year, we didn't get the opportunity to review this property.
Okay.
So, which is why the value is a bit out of whack from what the history is.
Okay. Does the city have a system where, maybe you do, maybe you just couldn't get to it, where these properties are automatically flagged for review when they have gone through case management, where they might be out of whack using your own parameters?
Well, but what ends up happening here right now is that, you know, because of the workload that is taking place right now with regards to the municipal board, we have no time for maintenance.
I see.
I spent the entire summer, like historically in the past, we would spend time, like, you know, not so much this summer we had already set up the role, but you know, the workload that's at the municipal board, case management, we have no time for maintenance anymore.
Okay, so that's the reason. Okay.
That's the reason why it's out of whack.
Okay. Thank you. I was just trying to understand it myself.
Yeah, well,
thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, we have one more item on our docket. We have 50 minutes left before we have a hard stop. Are we able to get through this last item on our docket, do you think? Otherwise, we will stop.
It's another contaminated property.
The last one, well, if you don't think we can get through it, we'll stop. But we have 50 minutes, almost an hour.
50. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I do need.
Oh, yeah, I thought you said 15 as well. It's 50.
No, 50. You think we can do it, folks? I don't want to rush anybody. I want to make sure it's given its due consideration, but you know, we do have that hard stop.
I need 5 minutes if that's okay.
Okay. Oh, right now?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay.
I could be quick.
Okay.
So we'll go into recess.
We'll recess for 5.
We are live.
Thank you. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We are now dealing with our final item on our docket, number 7560 Messier Street. Mr. Froelich, whenever you're ready. Oh, you're still on mute, Mr. Froelich.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
File number is 22-1885. Roll number is 060934 62165. 560 Messier, the value that we have is $884,000 for this property. And it's building consists of 5 buildings. Some of it's unheated. They've been built between 1959 and 2018. The wall height is between 11 to 42 feet high. The land area is 102,507, and the leasable area that we have for this building is 24,182. Yeah, this is another one of those properties that we've dealt with case management. And we're asking for the value to be confirmed. And I'm actually showing the history value here of 2020 of $615,000. It's sort of interesting, Linda, because you had mentioned why our value is so out of whack here at $884,000, and then I look at Mr. Neufeld's value of 436. So we're actually we're both in a situation whereby our values are on the opposite ends of the spectrum. Property value, property owner has been compliant with regards to filling out the income and expense mailer. Looking at the leasable areas, you'll notice that the 12,251 square feet is at $1.50. That's the unheated space. And the other spaces we have is at 381 and at 507. Using a 4% vacancy, 3% for expenses, shortfall for 385. We're looking at a net operating income of 67,774. Were you looking at an overall cap rate of 8.6? And we have a value of $788,000. We also have additional building value, and that additional building value is for there's some structures that are part of this building here that are included with the value. So what we've done here is there's a material shelter here that was added on in 2019. And that's what it's and what we've done is we've added that to the area, to the value of the subject property. So that's how we come out with the $884,000. We have a variety of rental rates here between that are like on the eastern side of the city, from on Deschambault to Nairn, DeVries, Dugald, and Day. All the leasable areas are close to the subject property, ranging from 5,000 to 29,000 square feet. The effective year builds are from 1958 to 2005. And we got a series of rents that are from 192 to 608. We've discussed cap rates here right now. And I have pictures on page 7 showing that the location of the property in the St. Boniface Industrial Park. There's an overhead view of the subject property, which is the 884,000. And then there's some additional pictures here that have taken place on page 8 and page 9. And the last on page 10 and 11 is the income expense mailer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Mr. Neufeld, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Just starting with this extra building that you put on here for $96,000. So I think I'm looking at the same thing. The in your picture, page 7. The 3 sections of building, the one at the far right side.
Yeah.
Okay. And what sort of a description do you have on that building? So it's not in here, the 24,000 square feet. It's over and above that.
No, exactly. So what we had done at the time is it was a metal shed located on the east side of the building. The structure has a metal Butler wall system, concrete slab floor, electrical floodlighting, 40 feet walls. The shed was determined to be, which was determined to be like $49,000 at the time, and the SUP in 2018 was for $556. So that's an overview of where it's gone from.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. So it's an unheated shed. Is that the idea?
That's what metal wall system. There is space for motor controlled. Yeah, it's 6,500 square feet. So I don't believe it's heated.
No. Okay. So then it was put on as so 6,500 feet at $96,000. I'm just so about $15 a foot. Okay. Next question. So you acknowledge that the west side of the building is unheated as well, then, correct?
Yeah.
And then that's where on your page 7 the red dot is, and so the heated portion is the middle section.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you bring any rents of unheated? Is this 18-20 degrees unheated?
You know what? I believe so, but I don't know for a fact.
Okay. And have you ever been in this building?
On the front page of my document, it says this property requires an inspection, which implies that I've never been in this building.
Oh, no, I thought you'd put that on all the time. Okay. The same question as before, when you have a building that's on the environmental database, you're saying you probably don't know if the model.
Almost every property is in the environment that's on the contamination list in the St. Boniface Industrial Park. So it's the use for the property is that you could almost look at most properties that have contamination issues there.
Have you okay. But the model itself, you don't know if there's an adjustment, the button you push that tells it uncontaminated?
No.
Okay.
Because like I said, almost all the properties in the industrial park have some sort of contamination issues with it.
All right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neufeld. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
I just want to back you up for a second to where you were talking about, I think the term you used was this was out of whack. So can you just explain to me again the history of that?
Well, what ends up happening here is at some point, because there's so much unheated space here for this property, like we're using, like when we're looking at the property here, so we have 12,000 square feet at $1.50, right? We have a little office area at 381, and then we have another a building area of 10,275,000 square feet at 507. So looking at the overall rental rates that we're using for this, I don't think we're being unreasonable with regards to the rents that we're using. You know, 10,000 square feet for $5 for heated space is not unreasonable here. When I was mentioning about out of whack, I was making reference to the fact that we settled on 615, yet our model value is $884,000, and Mr. Neufeld's value is 436, even though we've agreed to values within the $600,000 range.
Okay, so you gave a bit of an explanation, and I don't need it again. I'm just that about why some of this may be happening in the assessment department on the last property. So this would be a similar issue.
Well, with some of these properties, once you know, unless they're flagged or that we come across it during the review process, we'll miss it sometimes, right? So the last time I touched this property at the time was last notes we have is when I dealt with it for case management on June 16th of 2022, you know, and what
okay, so similar to what you were saying last time. Okay, yep. That's all I had then. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Danjean?
As far as the heating is concerned, I'm presuming that this is not the old boiler system heating. It's actually a natural gas heating.
Yeah, Mr. Neufeld would be able to answer that better with regards to the heating portion of it, because it's a scrapyard like area with regards to a lot of open doors. So the 42-foot section of it, then Mr. Neufeld could confirm this. It's just that that portion sort of is unheated, and I'm not sure how what sort of heating they have.
All right, that's the only question I had.
Thank you. Mr. Froelich, I have a question about this additional building value. So why is it coming on as an additional building?
Because I've never been in this building, but I'm guessing at the time, and Mr. Neufeld could, I'm not too sure if there's access to this building from the eastern portion of it. So at the time the decision was, it was built as a separate building.
Okay, but we have separate buildings on other properties and they're just rolled into your income approach. Like this is done differently. So I guess I'm asking, why is that?
Because it's also unheated space, so there's no access to it and it's unheated. And then because looking at it at the time, and just bear with me here for 1 sec. Yeah, it's fully enclosed. I'm not too sure why we did that at the time.
When did you do it?
It was done when it was built in 2018.
And so in 2019, what did you say the value was? I think you said.
Well, and when it was first added to the roll, the shed was determined to be at $49,000.
So it's doubled.
Yeah.
On what basis did it double?
Well, if we're looking at it for where it was last time,
Did you bring cost? Is it done on the basis of cost then?
The building is, yes.
Did you bring cost information so we can take a look at it?
No, we just had it as added building value to it.
So there's no cost information to substantiate?
No.
Just looking at your model, you have another, I think you said that the 12,000 square foot premise is also unheated
Yes.
at 150 a square foot. So what's the square footage if you work out this unheated extra building done on the basis of cost? If you did it the same way?
Well, what would happen, roughly speaking, is that the additional area was 6512 in square feet. That's what we have here.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're going 6512, works out to just under $10,000 from the rental perspective, right? So if we're going to look at that, and so if you're going to reduce that by saying,
Like, I'm just curious. I think it works out if you just did it on a cost basis, it would be roughly 14, close to about 1470-ish.
So I was looking at it from an income approach to value.
Okay.
If we added it there, right? So what would end up happening here is that if we added, so 88%. So actually go. It's pretty darn close, because what ends up happening is that the difference is 12% if we add that area to the building here. If we did the income approach, the value works out to 882 just on where it was from the 788. So if you go, so what I did here is I went 6512 times $1.50, right?
Yeah.
So roughly speaking, that's just under $10,000.
Right.
And the difference with regards to the difference of the potential net income and what we have on the model is about 12%.
Okay.
Right? So with that 12%, what ends up happening, so if I take an additional 12% from the 67, you know what I mean? So if I add 12% to the value of 788, that's how I came up with the 882.
Okay, I'd have to follow the math myself.
Yeah, I know,
Sometimes
because
I need
we're
to
talking
do
out
it.
loud here, right?
I need to do it in order to understand it. Okay, well, that's all my questions. I'm just wondering why it was brought on as this extra building. Just seems to me to be kind of an anomaly in what we've seen so far today. Okay, Mr. Neufeld, if you would like to start your presentation, please.
Thank you. The building is, I think the assessor gave a somewhat good description of it. It's a former, the old part that's unheated was a tear down area where there were 8 welding stations that they would bring in metal and cut it apart for scrap. This is a scrap yard, and it went out of use. It never had heat in it. And then the building beside it was added to it, and that was their heated part of the recycling area where they would take apart more delicate items. It's all been replaced by the building at 550 Messier, which has unheated and heated areas as well, and they also have metal separators. So it's just sitting there. Now they're using the unheated portion now for tractor storage, and the heated portion is off and on rentals for uses that are acceptable in M3 zoning. I think it is still a refrigerator freon extraction building. The last I had heard, and I've never been in there because I don't really want to go into a building with freon. And of course, it's on the environmental database, and it's contaminated because it's a scrapyard. The building that was added next to it is another outside storage shed, and you know what? We always miss it because it's really of inconsequential value. You know, it's not an investment property; it's an accessory shed. It's like going to my house and getting a kid's playhouse at the back and adding it onto my assessment. It brings nothing to the table. So what we have done is looked at it on the basis of a very nominal amount for the unheated at $1 a foot, and that in itself is again it's more of a hypothetical holder for value. It's not rentable. There are no rents for this sort of thing. Perhaps it should have been done by depreciated cost on the site, but if you did that, it would be zero. Because the electrical, which has now been disconnected, still all has asbestos panels, and what that means is it's friable. And I've got great pictures of it too. I've been in this building, I don't know, 6-7 times. It's just a shack, and it's a scrapyard. As I said, they do earn minor income from the freon station, and I think, I'm not sure if the freon. I guess I should look at the rent roll just to see what they say is in there. Anyway, I think we want to get this done. So we had put a rent of $4. That was the rent that they generally get for the building. It's intermittent tenancies. And vacancy rate, we looked at 6%, which is St. Boniface and citywide average. Well, I'm going to have to agree with the assessor in this case. That shortfall, if you're not heating a building, half of it, yeah, we're on the high side there. I should probably adjust that because it's not reasonable, and I have my other one open. That's you know, a shortfall in an unheated building is probably going to be at you know, the utilities. They're only running half the building, so it should be a fair bit lower. And repair and maintenance is about 50 cents because you don't do any. So I just adjusted my shortfall to $2.38. My value is now 483,000. The NOI being 44,638. At 483. And as far as the additional building goes, again, it's inconsequential value. But I did do a quick calculation. If we put $1 on it, like the other unheated buildings, that's an increase in value of 43,000, and I'm not opposed to putting that on. So that would indicate a final value of 526,000. Any linkage of this of value to what Senate Case Management Municipal Board is wildly inappropriate. We go to those meetings to resolve. We are been ordered basically to cut deals and get out of there and get rid of their cases. There's not a lot of I think both sides are really unhappy with the process, but that's just the nature of it. The current government has decided that they want cases gotten rid of one way or another. So and whether we agree with it or not, we just have to go out and get the best out of it. So it's nothing. So I think that's pretty much it in a nutshell. It's a contaminated site. You see the pictures. It's a shack. Again, like the same sort of idea as the last one we looked at, except this one is not in production. It's obsolete. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Froelich, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so Mr. Neufeld, do you know how much the permit value was to build this building that doesn't have any value to the property?
No idea.
Okay, so because you said your words were inconsequential, there was the permit value for the new addition on the east side was $925,000 or $930,000 almost.
I don't think that's correct. They were doing a bunch of other work at the same time on 550 as well.
Yeah,
they've done a lot of upgrades on 550.
You know what? And in fairness, Mr. Neufeld, you know what? There was interior alterations for the building for $850,000, and the building addition was $80,000. So you are correct with that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And again, I'm not opposed to putting a marginal value on it. It's just that its contribution is not that much.
Yeah. Well, I guess when you have a brand new outside storage, the value, does provide utility to the company. That's why they wouldn't have built it, right?
Well, yeah. Well, what it is when you're in the scrap business, and they've got 13 acres of land there, and they store all sorts of products in different places. There's a pile of batteries, there's a pile of appliances, a pile of computer products, and some of them they keep out of the rain and snow, and some of them can go out in the snow. And this is recycling before it was politically correct to recycle.
So how much land is there? You said 13 acres?
Well, no, the other parcel is
Okay.
550 Missy. I think it's 13 acres, and it surrounds this property.
Okay, fair enough. No other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Ms. Stevens, do you have any questions?
I just want to make sure I have your numbers correct, Mr. Neufeld. So your new NOI is 44,638.
Correct.
And that brings your value to 483,000, and you've put $43,000 on the shed.
That's correct.
Okay, so the final value 526.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I had. Thanks.
Mr. Donjon?
I have no questions.
Thank you, and neither do I. Well, I think that concludes our docket today. Despite our slow start.
No, despite appearances, Merrick and I get along great. We just love to argue with each other.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentations today. And with that, this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good night.